Welcome, all my fellow Washington brethren and sistren. I am your man and resident Washington football team fan, Luke. Thank you for joining me here on the Washington Football Report. So, a lot to get to tonight. We're getting close to this final preseason game. A lot of excitement, but a lot of opportunities lie in front of these players. We're going to talk about that throughout the course of the night. Talk about some guys stepping up to the podium today. We heard from Jack Del Rio. I always get excited when I hear from defensive coordinator Jack Del Rio because it's rare. Obviously, we will hear from him every single week once the season gets here. I believe Thursdays is the Jack Day. Wednesdays are Scott Turner days. But it was good to hear from Jack, man. And he said some good things, gave us some tidbits. You know, Jack doesn't give us a lot. I love it. But Jack did give us some insight into a couple of guys in particular that I think are making a name for themselves on this roster and probably going to make the football team. We'll talk about that a little bit later on. I thought that the most interesting couple of quotes actually came from Landon Collins today. And I hate to have revisionist history and talk about the past because I really like to focus on where we're going. But in order to have a clearer picture as to why we feel the way we feel, and also as a fan, you care about the past. It's you gotta know where you're coming from in order to know where you're going, and you got to acknowledge where you came from. And Landon, I thought he dropped a couple of nice little bombshells. Not bombshells. That's not the right term. I think he gave us a view of what it was like before and after, you know, Ron. And it's not new news, but it's still refreshing to hear from someone else's mouth other than one of ours. So we'll talk about that a little bit later on. But first things first, I want to go through the comment section real quick and give out shout outs and get comfortable in this seat amongst fam, mob members, and all of the like, because we're going to be here for a while. So first things first, the first person in the comment section gets a shout out. That person is Twin D, who also happens to be a silver member. So killing two birds with one stone. Big shout out to my guy, Twin D. 1 for being the first in the comment section, and 2 for being a silver member of the Mob Squad. Got another comment here. This one is from Abner Duran, who is a gold member of the Mob Squad. So Abner, stand up. You in the building. Appreciate you and your contribution to the mob. Also got, let's see, we got a new member of the mob, Mark David. All right. So let's see if we can get a picture of, okay, Mark is a gold member. So welcome to the mob. Stand up, Mark David. You are officially in the building as a gold member. Definitely in the building. Mark David, thank you for becoming a member of the MOBB as a gold member. Big ups to Mark David. My guy, Pac-Man D3 is a gold member. Stand up. We in the building. Mob Squad. You know what it is. Pac-Man D3, thank you for being a gold member. And we got another new member, and it's my guy, Rob Yu. Thank you, Rob Yu, for being a brand spanking new member of the Mob Squad and becoming a gold member. Stand up, Rob Yu. You in the building as a brand new member, a gold member of the MOBB. So, with that said, I want to welcome all of you who are here. I want to also welcome all of the Mob Squad members, fellow Mob Squad members as well. Bronze as well. Love you all. Thank you for your membership as well. And we will start the night out with Landon Collins. I want to start there. So after practice today, Landon Collins had a presser in which he talked about a number of various things. Obviously, himself, how he's coming along with his progress and how he feels, being that this is his first training camp post injury, Achilles injury. And, he just said, look, all I have is camp legs. I feel fine. I feel great. I'm moving around. They asked him about at least 3 different questions about the hit he put on Thaddeus Moss. So he had to answer those questions. They asked him about how he feels about playing with Cam Curl and Bobby McCain in the back end and this, that, and the third. But it was the last 2 questions and his last 2 statements of his presser that were pretty insightful. Let's call it, I think that's the perfect word, insightful. We knew these things, but it's always good to hear this from a player. So, Landon was signed back in 2019, and he didn't know what he was getting himself into, I don't think. And so, needless to say, he gets here, and he's like, whoa, this is not at all what I thought it was going to be. And so he said at the end of practice, he was asked, what's the biggest difference between when you first got here and what it's been like with Ron here in this upcoming, season and in this past training camp? And he's like, it's night and day, essentially. He said, look, when I first got here, I knew a lot needed to change. But, what are you going to do? And he said, look, when I first got here, all guys wanted to do was complain about how hot it was outside. Nobody wanted to work. And that is a byproduct of Jay Gruden. It really is. Because remember, we talked about Club J, and we talked about how, training camp wasn't really strenuous and players used to complain about practice. And remember, he got pissed off, he being Jay Gruden, at DJ Swearinger, who he was out of pocket. They had already told him, stop talking to the media about your frustrations with things that we either do or don't do. But DJ Swearinger said, we don't practice hard. Like, I've been on teams. I've been on championship caliber teams. I've been on some good ball clubs. This is not how you are supposed to practice. And essentially, Landon Collins is like, yeah, dudes didn't want to work. All they wanted to do was complain about how hot it was outside. I really love this team because you didn't hear any complaints. Guys wanted to come out and work, and that's what they did. So it was refreshing to not hear anybody complaining about the heat. And really, this was a mild summer, but still, if you've played football before, 85 can feel like 95 or 98 real quick with some damn shoulder pads and the helmet on, okay? Gets real hot real quick. So he's like, yeah, nobody was complaining about that stuff. Everybody was coming out here and they want to work. So he's like, guys know what they're doing. They know their assignments. You can play faster. And he's like, man, there needed to be a culture change, is essentially what he said. And while that's not that surprising to anyone that has been a fan of this team and knew what the Jay Gruden administration was all about, it's still refreshing to hear that, yeah, things are changing. And you can see the difference. You can feel the difference as a player. And Landon was able, he's one of the few guys, there aren't many guys on this roster. They're a small number, but there aren't many guys on this roster that can talk about before Ron and after Ron. That number is dwindling. Every year, that number gets smaller and smaller of guys that was here prior to Ron and guys that have been here after Ron. Most of these guys either got here at the same time as Ron or, again, they're still, the guys that were drafted, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Montez Sweat, all those guys were here in 2019 or before. But, Brandon Sheriff, they're, but I said that number is shrinking. The Morgan Moseses of the world and the Trent Williamses, and that number shrinks every single year as we get closer and closer to the season. That number shrinks even more and more. Steven Sims Jr. gone. That number starts to shrink. So hearing it from Landon Collins, who is a guy that is looked upon as a leader of this team, one of the leaders of this team, speaks volumes as to where we've come from where we were, pre Ron Rivera. So I thought that was really interesting, to say the least. But nonetheless, I got another new member here, Josh Kirby. Thank you for your membership. Gold membership for my guy, Josh Kirby. Stand up, Josh. You are officially in the building as a member of the MOBB. Josh Kirby, welcome. And thank you for your membership. I think we got one more. No, we don't. Okay, cool beans. So welcome, Josh, everybody, to the MOBB. If you are in the comment section, welcome aboard, Josh. So let's talk about what Jack had to say. Let's talk about Jack Del Rio today and what he had to say about this defense, where we are, and how he thinks they're developing. So the first thing that I took from Jack was his comment about the secondary. And everybody wants to make a big deal out of William Jackson III playing man versus zone and this, that, and the third. So Ron has spoken about that, and Jack's like, look, coach can say whatever he wants, and that's his favorite line. Coach can say whatever he wants. This is when we know Jack doesn't agree with how much Ron is saying. This is his favorite line. Coach can say whatever he wants. It's coach's team. He didn't say that it's coach's team this time, but that's usually what follows after he says coach can say whatever he wants. This is coach's team. I'm not going to speak about that. That's usually what comes after that. And that's what did come after. Coach can say whatever he wants, but I'm not going to talk about specific scheme with you guys. Okay. I don't think that's necessary, but I will tell you that William Jackson III is a guy that is, done some really good things. We like what we've seen from him in camp. And, it allows us to have a little bit of, and Jackson's already said this, so this is not new. Jack said it's going to give us an opportunity to be a little bit more diverse in what we can call man zone, fire zone, and then all of that good stuff. And then he got into, some of the guys that he likes. And he said, when you have guys that can play man coverage, it allows you to be a little bit more aggressive. And then he rattled off 3 names in particular: William Jackson III, Benjamin St-Juste, which obviously we knew those names were going to be guys on the roster and guys that they were excited about. And then he said Torrey McTyer. Interesting. We've talked about number 35 a time or two here on the show, and I specifically spent about a good 7 to 10 minutes on him and Jarrett Patterson, the 235s. And I said on yesterday's show, just as plain as day, I said, the biggest camp surprise for me isn't Jarrett Patterson. We knew he was talented. I did not think he was going to make the team, however, and he has been excellent, and you cannot deny that kid at this point. But Torrey McTyer was an afterthought. When he was being talked up early in camp, I was like, okay, that's cute. That's nice. All right, can we talk about guys that are actually going to make the team? Because, a lot of times fans are very guilty of this. They latch on to these guys that they hear having their name called, and they start talking about, like, Thaddeus Moss, for instance. You start talking about these guys, you get infatuated with them. What about this guy? No. That guy's not making the football team. You don't need to concern yourself with him. And, I thought Torrey McTyer was going to be another one of those guys. You had some reporters that were out there that were saying, hey, not to make too much of it, but this Torrey McTyer guy is making plays out here. And I was like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I would just move on. I don't have much more to add to that because I don't think he's making the football team. But again, I told you it all started with that Friday nights under the lights practice in front of the fans. And I said, he was really impressive. And after that, I was like, okay, maybe this is a guy that needs to be on the radar. And then we saw the first preseason game against New England. He had a couple of pass breakups. He was aggressive in coverage. And I'm like, I'm intrigued. Show me more. And that they did. He played and started against Cincinnati with William Jackson, the third out. He started at practice a lot of times with William Jackson, the third out, the week leading up to the second preseason game. And I said, okay, all right, show me what you got, Torrey McTyer. And he showed me again. And I said, you're trying to make this football team, aren't you? Aren't you, buddy? And then to hear Jack pretty much say, yeah, 3 dudes in particular are dogs in man-to-man coverage. He said they're pretty sticky in man-to-man coverage. That was his verbiage. And Torrey McTyer being the last of that group, it bodes well. And Jack went on to say, we've tried to put him in some stressful situations, him being Torrey McTyer. Look, initially when he was impressive, we kept moving the bar back. Okay, that was impressive. Let's see what he does when we put the pads on. They put the pads on. He's like, okay, he's legit. All right, so you were legit when we put the pads on. What does he do in the game? Against New England, he was legit. Okay, let's start moving this guy around. Slot, out wide. Let's see how he handles all of this. He was legit. At this point, Jack's like, okay, we got ourselves a football player here, man. So I think Torrey McTyer is going to make this football team. I really, really do. So that was something that we heard from Jack that was intriguing. Jack talked about, a lot of people are trying to make something out of this 5-2-4 defense. We did it last year, guys. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, when we couldn't stop the run with 4 down linemen, we added a 5th. Okay. Let's not act like they're reinventing the wheel all of a sudden, because this is the first time you've heard it in camp. It's not new. We did it a bunch last year. Okay. 5 down linemen, 2 linebackers, 4 defensive backs. We did it a bunch last season. Couldn't stop the run late in the game against Cleveland. We put 5 defensive linemen on the field. Had trouble against San Francisco early in that ball game, 5 defensive linemen. Okay. Detroit was gashing us, 5 defensive linemen. We've seen it a bunch with this team. So no need to go crazy over that. So Ron, Jack didn't really want to elaborate like, yo, it is what it is. We want to be able to have different looks, different things that we can do to make the offense have to think, have to game plan and things of that nature. So, it is what it is. He didn't want to get too much in it. He talked about Jamin Davis. He said, look, everybody wants this kid to come out and be a Pro Bowler week 1. And there are a lot of you out there that want to see this guy come out and be a Pro Bowler right out of the gate. And Jack's like, look, John Bostic is a veteran in this league. Cole Holcomb had already been here a couple of years, and it took them a while to get comfortable in what we were asking them to do last year in the first year of the scheme. What do you think is going to happen for a rookie coming in, playing middle linebacker, that we're asking him to do a whole hell of a lot? He is going to be fine. We love his skill set. We feel like he's come in. He's a worker. He's done everything we've asked of him, and he's only going to get better, but it's going to take time, essentially, is what Jack said. And that's what I've been trying to reiterate to all of you out there. Like, if you're looking for this dude to come in and right out of the gates, and some guys are right out of the gate. Some guys are ready to go right out of the packaging. That wasn't going to be Jamin Davis. And just because it's not Jamin Davis doesn't mean he's not going to be worthy of the 19th overall pick. Yeah, you have to stop having this notion and this storyline in your mind, this narrative of, if you take a guy 19th or you take a guy in the first round, he has to contribute week 1 all the way to the end of the season. No, he just has to be a year 1 contributor. You'd like it to be week 1 right out of the gate. But hell, last year, we essentially treated Antonio Gibson like he was a first-round pick. He was a third-round pick. He didn't contribute really for us in a major way until like week 3, I think, was his first real exposure to, all right, Gibby, we're going to give you the reins. We're going to turn it over to you. This is your position now. Run with it. Peyton Barber had the most carries of any back in week 1 against the Eagles last year. I don't know who led the team in rushes in week 2. I think it was more of a committee thing, and it might have been Gibby. I remember he had a fumble against the Browns right before half, but it was, garbage time. It didn't matter. It's inconsequential in the outcome of the football game. But I just remember it was week 3 against the Ravens when he really, it was week 4 when we played the Ravens. Week 2, he really was a non-factor against the Cardinals. And then it was week 3, I thought he really started to get more and more touches. And it was week 4 against the Ravens when I felt like they finally turned the reins over to him. So it may not be till week 4 that we really start to see the true impact of a Jamin Davis. But you have to be okay with that. And Ron is essentially telling you, you have to be okay with that. It's going to take a little while. All in all, Jack pretty much said, like the defense. They asked him about Montez Sweat and Chase Young's potential, and he's like, yo, potential doesn't mean much. And he, how he feels about potential. He's talked about it already. He's like, each year it's a new opportunity for you to, expand on your goals, to prove that you are XYZ. And that's what they have a chance to do this year. Jack's, he's coached a lot of talented guys. So, they really want Jack to say, this is the most talented duo I've ever coached. That's what they want Jack to say. But Jack's like, I coached Von Miller. I coached Khalil Mack. I've coached some dynamic players in this league. Now, in those situations, a lot of times, the guy opposite of that pass rusher wasn't as dynamic as the guy opposite of whomever. Whether you name Montez, well, Chase is opposite of him, or you name Chase, Montez is opposite of him. It's probably not as dominant a duo potentially as what we have, but he's coached some of the best pass rushers in the game, Von Miller and Khalil Mack in particular. So he's seen, talent before. He's not awestruck by the talent that these guys have. But what can really be game-changing is that both of these guys can do what we think they're capable of doing. If Montez can have 13 and Chase could have 15 or vice versa, it really doesn't matter. If these guys can combine for damn near 30 sacks, that's game-changing. That's suffocating opposing offenses. That's what we need from them. So hopefully we're able to get that. So anyway, I digress. I think I got another new member here that we need to welcome. Let's see if we got any new members. Yeah, my guy Twin D upgraded from silver to gold membership. Love it, love it, love it. So you already were a member of the mob, but you just went from living in the middle class to going up to the penthouse. So, Twin D, you definitely in the Gold Mob Squad building. Thank you for your membership. All right, so now I want to turn the show over to you guys and get to your comments. So, without any further ado, let's do that. And get the night kicked off with my guy, JP John Perez. Thank you for your super chat, JP. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP, writes, Lou, I got us upsetting a couple of teams we have no business beating. Which ones? I'm going to keep those a secret for now. Okay. Now, what you have to keep in mind, JP, is that if you want credit, because you are a credit monger, mongerer, right? So you want credit. You're going to have to give us those teams before we beat them. Can't you say, hey, I had us beating them after the fact. So if we want to win double-digit games, we're going to have to not only beat the teams we're supposed to beat, which I can't tell you who those are on the schedule right now. We have no idea who's going to be good and who's not going to be good. But you'll know, by the time we get to about week 5 or 6, you'll know, okay, this team's probably going to stink now. They're 1-4. They're winless. You got to beat those teams. And you're going to have to beat a couple of teams that you're not supposed to beat. So, Twin D, I got you. 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 I got You know, you're going to have to go to Buffalo and win. You're going to have to beat the Chiefs at home, or you're going to have to go to Green Bay and win. You're going to have to win, you know, one or two of those games where you go, I don't know about that. That's Mahomes, or that's Rodgers in Green Bay. That's Josh Allen in Buffalo. Like, you're going to have to win one or two of those. Yeah. You're going to need to get one or two of those if you're serious. If you're not serious, then you don't beat Tom Brady and the Buccaneers at the crib coming off the bye week. But if you're serious about trying to win 10 of these things, 11 of these things, yeah, you're going to have to beat a team or two. And more importantly, you got to beat the teams you're supposed to beat. You know, if the Giants stink, if the Eagles stink, you got to beat them. You got to sweep them. You know, if we get to the end of the season and the Raiders stink, you got to beat them. You can't have these lulls or these letdowns. Like last year, we had no business losing to the Carolina Panthers. 0. That's when I said, we're not ready yet. We're the best team in this division. That was last year that I'm speaking of. We're the best team in the division, but we're not ready to make a run in the postseason. We had one little hiccup in the road against the Seattle Seahawks. And because we were riding a 5-game win streak, and then we lose to Seattle. And then we had all that bullshit with Dwayne the week leading up to the Panthers game. And then we come out and we play arguably the worst game we played all season long. Now, there were some stinkers. The Rams game sticks out like a sore thumb. But I felt like it almost felt like we were ill-prepared against the Panthers. Or maybe distracted is the better, phrase to use. There's so much shit going on that week that maybe we were distracted. But it didn't feel like what all the other games felt like. And the Panthers weren't good enough. You could look at their record, and you could look at the games that they lost, and they were in a bunch of games on the road at Kansas City. I think they lost that game by like 3 points. They were in a bunch of games and could have easily won 10 games last year, but they didn't. And that's this NFL. I talk about it all the time. Fine line between 6-10 and 10-6. The good teams find a way to be on the right side of that equation, and the bad teams find a way to be on the 6th side of that equation. And the Panthers weren't a good team last year. We should have beat them, but we didn't. And if you want to take the next step, I feel like the next step for us in our evolution as a football team is you have to win those games. We may not be ready to beat the Buccaneers and Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills, and Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers. We may not be ready yet. And I'm okay with that if that's the case. I want to win, and I'm going to sit down in my chair, 1:05 Sunday afternoon, or 4:05 or 4:25, whenever the kickoff is for all of those games. I'm going to sit down, and you can't tell me that we're not going to win this game. But in my heart of hearts, I probably know we're probably not going to beat this team. And that's okay. We're not there yet. Or maybe we will be there this year. Who's to say? But if this defense is what we think it is, if this offense is going to be much better than it was last year, and we think we're taking that next step, then the teams that we're supposed to beat, we need to beat them. And there's no way you can convince me that we should be getting swept by the Giants. The Giants weren't a good team last year. And it's family business. You know how that goes. I understand that. You can't get swept by the Giants. You have to deposit those as wins, especially the one at home. Road division games are always tough. Always. Got to take care of the crib, though. Got to be better. Swept Dallas, swept Philly last year, but you can't drop 2 to the Giants. Period. You're not sweeping Dallas this year. If Dak Prescott is healthy for both games, you're not sweeping Dallas. But this Giants shit has to stop. And we got to find a way to take the Eagles down again like we did last year too. So we'll see what happens. The bottom line is JP thinks we're going to beat some teams we have no business beating. That's cool. But my message to the team is beat the teams you're supposed to beat. That's how the elite stay elite. And I've had this discussion with y'all before, so I don't really need to go into greater detail, into the granular details of this discussion, because we've done that already. But the rich stay rich in the league by feasting off of the poor. It's no different than society. The rich stay rich because they feast off of the middle class and the poor. That's what it is in the NFL too. The Packers are the Packers, and they go 13-3 and 12-4 because they don't lose to teams that they're not supposed to lose to. Those 3 losses come against really good teams. Same thing with the Chiefs. Same thing with the Ravens. The teams that are good every year, that win 11, 12, 13, 14 games every year, they have a formula. Take care of home in the division. And when I say take care of home, I'm talking about take care of family business in general. Okay? I'm not just talking about win your home games in the division. No. We got to smoke the division. We got to go no worse than 4-2. We're looking to go 5-1, 6-0 in the division. And we got to beat the teams we're supposed to beat. When the Ravens get their schedule and they see the Jets and the Jaguars and they see the Bengals twice in their division and the Browns twice, they're like, all right, got the Browns twice, got the Bengals twice. We already knew that. We got the Jets this year. We got the Jags this year. That's 6 games. No worse than 5-1, 6-0 in those games. Now you're halfway to where you need to be. You go 5-1 in those games right there, you're halfway to 10. And if that one loss comes in the division, because I gave you 2 division teams, you're 3-1 in the division. You're halfway home to where you need to go for your division record as well. But there are no hiccups against those types of teams. That's the next step we need to take. That's the next step we need to take. Thank you for the super chat, JP, excuse me. I got another membership here. So I want to go ahead and get to that. Got another new member. This is Jared Coleman. Thank you for the membership, Jared Coleman, and becoming a brand new member of the Mob Squad. Stand up, Jared Coleman. You are in the building as a silver member of the Mob Squad. Welcome to the MOBB. Thank you for your membership. Y'all welcome Jared Coleman to the Mob. All right. So let's get back to the super chats. Thank you for your membership, Jared Coleman. And let's see. We're right here with Leon Hall. Thank you for the super chat and your gold membership, Leon Hall. Thank you for being a gold member of the Mob Squad. Leon writes, Lou, you're the GOAT at this. Keep being great, my God. Thank you for your support, Leon. Really do appreciate you, Leon Hall. And once again, thank you for being a gold member of the MOBB. So let's see what we have here. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a gold member, Rob Yu. My guy, Rob Yu, writes, what up, Lou? What up, Rob Yu? Jamin Davis is going to be fine, but are Cosme, St. Juice, and Diami as legit as they look, or am I getting caught up in hype? I don't think you're getting caught up in hype. You're excited about young players, and it's that's part of the fun of being a fan, is getting excited about your new toys. Essentially, like that's what fans do. You know, with a lot of fans, their most exciting time is the draft, especially when your team stinks. You get excited about the draft every year because you want to see these new players play for your team, and you think these guys are really good. And so we've gotten guys that we think could continue to build on what we think is a young, talented nucleus. The way you add to that is to continue to draft well, because in the grand scheme of things, you can't keep everybody. You'd love to, but that's the nature of the beast in the National Football League. You can't keep everybody. So I feel like Cosme is growing right before our eyes. I thought he was really impressive against Cincinnati. He kicked some ass, man. He was super impressive, much better than he was in his debut. And he even said, look, I was nervous as hell against New England. I really was. And I had to get the jitters out. And he said, once I settled in and played ball, I was okay. And that's what it looked like against New England. He continued to get reps. He got better and better, and he settled in. He looked comfortable against Cincinnati. Very comfortable. I'd be anxious because the first team is going to get reps. I don't think it's going to be as many as I initially thought. Ron pretty much said in his presser today, hey, look, a lot of spots still available, a lot of decisions left to be made. This is a big game for a lot of the backups, and they're going to play a lot. So him saying that lets me know they're going to get these starters in and out. You know, if they could get one good drive out of the starters and they move it, let's say Washington wins the kickoff and they elect to receive, and that opening drive is a touchback. They start at their own 25 and they move it all the way down the field and they get in the end zone, or they move it all the way down to the Ravens 7 and have to settle for a field goal. That's it. They're done. I think they may get at most 2 possessions if they're moving the football. If it's 2 3 and outs, they may want to see them for an additional possession or 2. But for the most part, in my mind, it's in and out for these guys. Same thing with the defense. You know, if they can come in there, get a couple of stops quickly, they're going to be in and out. And you're going to see a lot of these backups, probably from the midpoint of the second quarter all the way to the finish. So I said all of that to say that St. Juice, Diami, Cosme, all of these guys look legit. And we've only got small sample sizes for all of them. So you can be excited, but until you actually see it in the game, like regular season games where teams are game planning and targeting St. Juice, like we're excited. He's not getting targeted right now. Teams aren't going after the Rook yet. He's going to get targeted. There will be games where he will get 7, 8 targets. They will make it their business to go after him. If they find a weakness, if teams look at his film and they say, you know what, this guy can't run, we're going to test him. He's going to get targeted, and he's going to get beat, okay? Trust me, he will get beat. There will be times where we'll come after a game and you like, St. Juice got his ass whooped today. That's going to happen. Trust me. De'Ami Brown is going to drop the football. Don't believe me? Just watch. Don't believe me? Just watch. But he's going to make more plays than he has drops. I'm confident of that. Okay? So I look at all these guys and I see tremendous upside. But I don't want to go too far because I need to see it first. The potential is there. The upside is there. That's why they got drafted in the 2nd and 3rd round. All of these guys, with the exception of Jamin Davis, all of these guys, if you throw Jamin Davis in there, are all within the first 3 rounds in the first 2 days of the draft. We expect a lot out of guys you get in the first 2 days of the draft. And I think we're going to get a lot out of those guys. How much? That remains to be seen. But I'm excited. And you should be excited too. For sure. All right. Let's see. Got another super chat. This one is from Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Fat American, greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a gold member of the Mob Squad. Fat American as well, who writes, you think Flowers is greater than Wes Schweitzer? Heard Flowers is the starter. That's pretty much the case. Eric Flowers is going to be your week 1 starter at left guard. I think that battle has all but been decided. And pretty much Ron's rationale is, and I told you guys this, I think it was the first preseason game, after the first preseason game, I think it was, I said, and we already knew this, but you see it again and it just forces you to repeat yourself, even though you already said it. I've already said it specifically. I said, man, Eric Flowers is a hulking individual. He is humongous, especially when you put him up next to Wes Schweitzer. Eric Flowers makes Wes Schweitzer look like a college center. Okay. That's how big Eric Flowers is. Eric Flowers is 6'7", like 330, man. He is massive. Okay. Wes Schweitzer looks like, and Wes Schweitzer's no shrimp, but he's like 6'3", 3'0", maybe 310, maybe. Eric Flowers makes him look like a shrimp. And I think they just want more size, more girth inside to protect the integrity of the pocket. And remember, I said this when we signed Wes Schweitzer. They signed him to a 3-year, $13 million deal. That is backup offensive lineman money. That's backup guard money. They didn't sign Wes Schweitzer to come here and start. They wanted Wes Martin to win that job last year. And if you remember, who started week 1 against the Eagles? Not Wes Schweitzer, Wes Martin, okay? And then he got his ass steamrolled in week 1 by the Eagles, and they was like, enough of that shit. And then Sheriff got hurt, and Schweitzer was pretty much in from that point on. Like, okay, once Sheriff comes back, we're going to move him over to Wes Martin's spot. We can't keep Wes Martin in the game. He stinks. So they really wanted Wes Schweitzer to be one of their core backups because he can play 3 out of the 5 offensive line positions. He can play both guards, and in a pinch, he can play center as well. So I think they were really all along looking for a replacement. Remember, even when Wes was playing well last year, what did they do? They tried to put Sadiq Charles in at left guard, and then he gets hurt 2 plays in against the Giants. Like, they've been trying to replace Wes as a starter ever since he's been in as a starter. They've been trying to replace him. So Eric Flowers coming in gave them an opportunity to replace him, and they're going to roll with Eric and see how he does. And if they like what they're getting out of Eric, obviously they like it enough, or they think he's at least comparable or equal to the quality of play they've been getting out of Wes. They're going to give him an opportunity. If he continues to play well, then he'll remain the starter the duration of the season. If they don't like what they're getting, it could be on to the next guy, Sadiq Charles, or it could be back to, the de facto starter, in Wes Schweitzer. So, yes, Eric Flowers is the starter. I wasn't overly impressed with either one of those guys in the first preseason game. I thought Eric Flowers was solid in the second preseason game, and I think he's going to be just fine. So I feel like I felt about Eric Flowers the first time he was here. Solid. I don't think he's a true difference maker on your offensive line, but on the offensive line, a lot of times, if your guys just blend, then I got no issues. It's when you stand out and not in a positive way, that's when I got issues. Sort of like the officials. If I don't, in a long snapper, if I don't call your name, if I don't hear from you, I'm pretty good with that. Generally speaking, as an offensive lineman, unless you're kicking someone's ass or you're getting your ass kicked, we don't really talk about you all that much. It's rare that the offensive line collectively have a great game and we come back after the game and we're like, oh my God, did you see the offensive line today? Man, Chase Rouillet was really getting after it. Like, nobody's saying that shit after a game. If Chase Rouillet does his job, we don't talk about Chase Rouillet. We don't have any crazy snaps and we don't have any instant pressure. Everything goes well on the interior. You won't hear us talk about him. We'll talk about De'Ami Brown having 6 for 117 and 2 touchdowns. We'll talk about Antonio Gibson going, because that's the stuff you can see tangibly. We can actually quantify what they did. 17 carries, 122 yards, and a touchdown for Antonio Gibson. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Diami, 6 for 117. We're going to talk about Terry, 7 for 99. That's what we're going to talk about. It's when you are out here destroying guys or you're getting destroyed, that's when we're going to bring you up. And I think Eric Flowers is one of those guys. He's just going to do his job. You're not going to hear too much out of him. Every now and again, you may get a holding penalty out of him. But for the most part, he's going to do his job. That's how I felt about him the first time he was here. That's how I feel about him now. So, thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. So, let's look at the next super chat. And it is from, oh, how did I miss this? Got a brand new member here in Mr. Laughing My Head Off. And Mr. Laughing My Head Off is a gold member. Welcome to the MOBB, Mr. Laughing My Head Off. Stand up. You are officially in the building as a gold member of the Mob Squad. Welcome aboard, Mr. Laughing My Head Off. Fat American, double up, thank you for doubling up, Fat American. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, bold predictions, Sadiq will replace Leno mid-season. If anything, it wouldn't be Sadiq. It would be Cornelius Lucas. Sadiq is not your swing tackle. Your swing tackle is Cornelius Lucas. Sadiq Charles is your break in case of an emergency tackle, but he's really more of your Swiss Army knife, play everywhere. So if you have, a rash of injuries at the tackle position, like remember what game was it? Seattle's game. Remember, we were already down a tackle that game. And then Morgan Moses gets injured. And then we had David Sharp having to play left tackle, I believe. And because I think Cornelius Lucas might have been out as well. He might have been in. But we just know we had a bunch of injuries at one point. It might not have been the Seattle game. It was one game in particular where Morgan Moses, Detroit, that was the game. Detroit, where Morgan Moses had to go over to left tackle. We had so many injuries. Lucas was already out. And then Sharp came in. And so, no, what happened was Jaron Christian was already out. Lucas got hurt. David Sharp is only good at right tackle. So Morgan Moses had to shift from right tackle to left tackle. And in that particular instance, you were down to your last tackle. In that case, that's when Sadiq Charles would step up and say, hey, I can play tackle. You really want him at guard. So in order for Sadiq to get in, you'd have to have two injuries essentially at tackle in a given game. Because they may not dress David Sharp on game day. Maybe they will, maybe they won't if he makes the team. But the versatility of Sadiq Charles allows you to not have to dress 9 offensive linemen if you want to keep another player at another position that you think is a little bit more important. Sadiq Charles's positional flex helps you on game day to say, all right, we only need the swing tackle and Sadiq Charles because we got Wes Schweitzer that can play either guard position. So I still think they would keep that extra tackle because you want to have as much, as many offensive linemen as possible. But I said all that to say this. The first guy off the bench at tackle for this team is going to be Cornelius Lucas, not Sadiq Charles. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Leon Hall, double up, thank you for doubling up. Leon Hall, greatly appreciate you, who writes, the whole team about to be mob. That would be awesome. I mean, that's the goal, is to have everybody be a part of the mob. But at the end of the day, we know that's not going to be the reality of the situation. And that's cool. You know what I mean? We gonna ride and we gonna have our fun as the mob squad, whether it's 10, 20, 5, 25, 55, 105, 1,005, whatever it is, we're gonna have fun with it. So I love it. The more the merrier. Thank you for the super chat, Leon Hall. Got a super chat here from Lamarick Anderson. I don't know why I keep wanting to do that. My guy, Lamarick Anderson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lamarick writes, new pieces on offense and defense means more chemistry needing to be built. Who knows how long it would take for these young boys? We'll see Ron's plan. Yeah, so the more new pieces you have, the more continuity that you need. That's why they keep asking questions about Curtis Samuel, because he wasn't here last year, even though he's familiar with Scott Turner and Ron Rivera, and they know what he is as a football player. He still hasn't played with Ryan Fitzpatrick before. They still don't have timing with one another. So that's why everyone keeps asking, well, is he practicing? Is he going to practice before, the season? Obviously, he's not going to play in any preseason games, and they keep saying, hey, we're fine. We're good. And as long as they feel like they're good, I'm cool. If they're cool, I'm cool. But at the end of the day, that's why the teams with continuity, the teams that have been together, are the teams that have a real shot at getting it done. Like, you look at Tampa Bay. Yeah, they added some pieces, man. They added Gronk. They added Antonio Brown. They added Brady. They added Tristan Wirfs. They added Antoine Winfield Jr. They added pieces, man. But the core nucleus of that team had been together 3-4 years already. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Donovan Smith and Levante David and Devin White. All those guys had been there. They'd played together already. That secondary, it's young, but those boys were there the year before. So, you sprinkled in a couple of necessary ingredients in Brady and, AB and, Gronk and some of those guys. But the core nucleus of that team had already been there. They had already won, games before together and been through the struggle, before with each other. That helps. That helps a lot. That and that's what Brandon Sheriff and Morgan Moses used to always talk about. It's a luxury to know what the guy next to you is going to do. So you don't have to think, well, how is he going to handle this stunt? I've been working with this dude for 5 years. I know how he's going to pass that stunt off. I know how to react to it because I know what he's going to do. I don't have to think about that. So there could be a breakdown in pass protection once or twice early in the season just because guys are working next to each other that haven't been working for, 2 years or whatever. But they'll iron those things out rather quickly. So I'm not too concerned. It's not like this roster has a huge amount of turnover. A lot of the guys were here last year. We got a lot of guys that are playing skill positions in particular that weren't here. And I've talked about 4 brand new wide receivers, that we brought in. And I think 3 of them are going to be on the roster, Adam Humphries, De'Ami Brown, and Curtis Samuel. But, for the most part, got a brand new quarterback, same running back room, brand new offensive line, essentially. 2 out of the 5 offensive linemen are holdovers. Everybody else is new on the offensive line. So, yeah, there could be, some time that needs to take place for them to gel. Receiver, same deal. Only Terry's the real only, and Cam Sims are the 2 only leftovers from and holdovers from last year for the most part. Everybody else is brand new. They may keep AGG. Last year was a red shirt. So, last year doesn't even count for him. He's new too. So, yeah, chemistry is going to have to be built. I think less chemistry building on the defensive side because there are more guys that were on this defense last year. I think only 2 new starters potentially from last year's defense, which would be Juice and Jamin Davis. I guess Bobby McCain is a third, so maybe 3 new starters from a season ago. Everybody else was here last year and starting for this team. So defense has a little bit less to worry about in terms of integrating new pieces. Offense, not so much. So thank you for that super chat, Lamarick Anderson. Got another new membership. This is Theo Chambers. Thank you for the membership, Theo Chambers, who is a gold member of the mob. Stand up, Theo Chambers. You are in the building as a gold member of the MOBB. Welcome aboard. Thank you for your membership, Theo Chambers. Now, welcome Theo to the mob. All right. Fat American, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, as always. My guy, Fat American, writes, Lou, when was the last time you remember us being dominant in the NFC East? Seems like we're always getting slapped around the last decade. So when you say in the NFC East, are you referring to just the division or overall? I mean, we've been dominant in the division before. Last year wasn't bad. I mean, we swept 2 out of the 3 teams. We just had trouble with 1. I can remember years where we've gone, 5-1 in the division. I don't think we've ever gone 6-0 in this in the Daniel Snyder era. I'm probably wrong. I should make that statement because I'll say that and then somebody will go, "Hey, actually, Louie, in 2005 we were 6-0 against the division." I don't know. I don't think we've struggled with Dallas over the years. Last year was the first year we've swept Dallas since Dak Prescott has been their quarterback. We've only beaten Dak once. So hard for me to believe that we've, swept the entire division in the last 6 years or so. We had issues with Tony Romo, so same thing applies. The Giants have always been a thorn in our side, going back to Eli Manning. So I don't know if we've swept the division in the last 20 years. Again, if we did, it was, back in like 07 or 05 or something crazy like that. It hasn't been any time recent. But we've been 5-1 or 4-2 in the division, I'd guess. Let's see. Last year we were 4-2. The year before that, I think we were winless in the division when we went 3-13. 2018, we weren't good in 18. We weren't good in 17. So you're not going to sweep the division. You got to go back to 15 when we won the division. Let's see what we did that year. 15, we beat the Eagles twice. We lost to Dallas on a Monday night, so we didn't sweep the division that year. That was a bad Dallas team. And we let, I want to say, excuse me, they had, what's the dude I always liked him? Matt Cassell. I like to call him Matt Cassell. Matt Castle at quarterback, I think, beat us that night. Deshaun Jackson fumbled late in that game on a punt return, and Dallas beat us on a Monday night. So then I know we beat them week 17 when it didn't matter, but don't know what we did against the Giants that year, but it doesn't matter. We didn't sweep the division. You go to 2012. We lost to the Giants the first time in the Meadowlands. That was an epic game, though. That was the Robert Griffin III scramble on 4th down, falling to his knees, throws it to Logan Paulson on 4th down. What a game that was. You scored a touchdown and only to have your back broken, or as a wise man once said, I broke my back. The Giants broke our back on the next possession. Victor Cruz. Eli hit Victor Cruz on like a 70-yard bomb. I think shucks. Well, not Josh Norman. What's the other Josh? The one that's from DeMatha. Yikes. Dirty Terp. He would always say Dirty Terp. He went to Maryland. Can't think of his damn name, man. I think it was him and one of the safeties got smoked by Victor Cruz on the damn play. Anyway, so we didn't sweep the division that year either. So I can't think of the last time we've done it, if at all. So if you're talking about, dominant 5-1, 4-2, we've done that. That's 5-1 is dominant in the division. We haven't swept the division, but if you're talking about, dominant in the conference or in the league, yeah, that's been since 91. It's been eons. So thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Kevin, the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Kevin, the PRF. Writes, don't underestimate the power of playing Dallas twice in December. Hashtag keep the broom handy. I always got the broom right next to me. The broom is like my cell phone. I keep that in my pocket at all times, ready to pull the broom out whenever necessary. Problem is, when it comes to teams in our division, rarely do we actually get to use the broom. So it was very refreshing last year when I got to pull out the broom and sweep, 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 sweetie. The Dallas Cowboys. I was sweating on that video, if you remember. I was at my parents' house. We did Thanksgiving down that way, and I was so joyous. I came up there, and I was sweeping up the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, those were good times. I'd love to do it again. And it'd mean even more if we did it this year, because I didn't give a shit who was that quarterback last year, honestly. They could have had Roger Staubach at 80 years old at quarterback, and if we could have smoked him, I still would have been excited. You weren't going to make me feel bad about either one of those victories, but it would taste even sweeter if they came against Dak Prescott, because then there are no excuses. And not that my dad wasn't making any excuses, okay, just so you know. But there are Cowboys fans out there that, well, we didn't have Dak, so that's why you guys won. Okay, well, I'd love to beat them up with Dak in the lineup. That'd be even more special. Then what excuse do you have? So we'll see what happens, man. Not only do we get Dallas twice in December, we get the Eagles twice in December as well. So it's a lot of NFC East football coming in December. Watch out now. Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. Got another super chat. This one is from Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat, Chilled Dude. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what up, Lou? Linebacker and short yardage offense, two biggest minuses. A lot of talent on this team. We have guns and shit. Maybe Tank too. Love you, Lou. Hashtag mob. MOBB. We have guns and shit. You're right. And I can tell you this. Your two concerns are real concerns. One of them is not a concern for me, however. Linebacker is still a concern for me. I do not love the depth. I do not even necessarily love the starters because John Bostic is still in the game. And you know how I feel about Bostic starting. I told you I love John Bostic being on the team, and I would love him here in a backup capacity. And eventually that is going to take place, especially when we get into our nickel. But right now, he's still a starter in our base and in nickel. So I do not love linebacker. And to take it a step further, short yardage is not a concern for me because we still have Peyton Barber. If you were to tell me we're cutting Peyton Barber and we're keeping Jaret Patterson, then short yardage goes up pretty high towards the top of the list of things I'm concerned about. Right now, it's pretty low on the list of items because last time I checked, the guy that we have on the roster, despite dropping 10 pounds, and a lot of you seem to want to make a big deal out of that, we put him in a short yardage situation down by the goal line against New England, and he looked exactly like the guy that was 10 pounds heavier last year. So as far as I'm concerned, we put him in and he hasn't failed me yet. So as long as Peyton Barber's on the roster, I don't have too many concerns in short yardage situations. So linebacker is definitely something that we should be concerned about. I still think the linebackers outside of Cole Holcomb right now are a liability. So we will see. Thank you for that super chat, Chilled Dude. Really do appreciate you. Richie Rich. Thank you for the super chat, Richie Rich. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Richie Rich, or excuse me, Rich Richie. Rich Richie. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rich Richie writes, Louie, it ends here right now. There will not be a three-peat on the LouieTeeNetwork winners and losers. You will be announcing my name, Matt Jones. Who? Matt Jones. The champ is here. Oh, really, Richie? I got something for you on Friday on the LouieTeeNetwork podcast. Tune in then. All right, I got something for you and all of you who think you can take the king. A wise man once said this, and this is so true. If you come for the king, you better not miss. Okay? If you're coming for the king, that's me, your man, Louie T. You better not miss. And I'm a hard-ass target to hit. So, I love the confidence. Borderline arrogance. I love it. I smell it all the way from here. It's a very familiar smell because I'm as arrogant and cocky as it gets. So I know the smell. But yours smells a little off. Smells forced. Smells like someone trying to faux confidence themselves into thinking they can do something. Mine is 100% swag. We'll see, though. Come see me, man. Come see me, Rich. You know where to find me. At the top, in case you forgot. Thank you for that super chat, Richie Rich. Johnny Boy 26. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Johnny Boy 26 writes, I'm really excited for Dyami Brown. He's a baller. I am too. And I'm just excited about his ability to stretch the football field vertically. I mean, I've said this already, so I'm not telling you guys anything that you haven't already heard from me a million times, but the lack of explosiveness of this offense last year was debilitating. It was like watching tortoises race last year, this offense. There's no explosiveness. It's like watching paint dry. You're like, and they're off. And then the turtles are like, and you're just like, oh, man, somebody hurry up and finish. All of our drives were marathons last year. Maybe one or two, the Terry catch and run against the Giants was one of the few drives, and then the Terry bomb, and it really wasn't a bomb. It was like maybe 40 yards, maybe 37 yards against the Cowboys when they're, at the time, rookie Trayvon Diggs was talking shit, and then Terry's like, all right, I got your ass. Don't worry about it. And then like 2 plays later, Terry roasts him for a touchdown over the top. Outside of those 2 possessions, I don't think we had too many explosive, just like that, possessions over touchdown type possessions. So just the fact that Dyami can get on top of a defense and create explosive plays like he did against Cincinnati on that one ball where he went up and got it, that's what we're looking for, man. That's what the game's been missing here in Washington, outside of Terry McLaurin, is the ability to quick strike a defense. Dyami can do that, and I'm excited to see it. So, and that's not the only thing he's capable of. I need to make sure I reiterate that. but that's something that I can't wait to see. Those are exciting plays. When you come back from commercial break and at the bottom of the screen, they show you the drive recap and it has a Washington football team logo. And then right next to it, it says 2 plays, 84 yards. And then under that, it says 78-yard De'Ami Brown touchdown. That's the shit I want to see. When we drafted him, that's what was running through my head. They come back from commercial break and they got the drive recap. And it doesn't say 13 plays, 77 yards, and 6 minutes and 48 seconds. It says 2 plays, 84 yards, 17 seconds, De'Ami Brown, 74-yard touchdown strike. That's what I want to see, and that's what I envisioned when we spent a 3rd-round pick on him in the spring. So that's why I'm excited. I can't speak for you out there, but that's why I'm excited. Thank you for the super chat, Johnny Boy. Barrett Downing, my guy, BD. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Barrett Downing, writes, keep on doing it, Lou. Looking forward to seeing JP do his thing. Respect. Thank you, Barrett Downing. I really do appreciate you as always. And JP is a guy that not only is he going to make this roster, but he could have an impact. You know, one of the things that I think was interesting last year was, and I think this is what a lot of you are trying to get to, and I know where you're coming from, but I keep trying to tell you, you don't have to get rid of Peyton Barber to embrace Jarrett Patterson. But here's one of the things that I was thinking about. I think it was either late last week or early this week. Last year when Antonio Gibson got hurt, what was the one thing we kept saying? Who's going to replace him? Like, who's the guy that can come in and carry the rock 18 times and catch it another 3 or 4 times, and we feel comfortable about that? We don't think J.D. McKissic is that guy. We don't want J.D. McKissic getting the football 22 times in one game. No, we don't want that. And then we saw Peyton Barber, 13 carries for 37 or 27 yards. Like we didn't want to see that, right? That was the question: is if anything happens to Antonio Gibson, God forbid, who's going to step into that role as the full-time back? That's where I think Jarrett Patterson comes into play. Is if something happens to Antonio Gibson, I think he's the next capable back to step in and say, hey, I can carry the load until he gets back. Now, I think they like Peyton Barber being slimmed down and they think he could do it. But I'd much rather see Jarrett Patterson do that than Peyton Barber. I like Peyton Barber, and they're going to put him in sets, and they're going to throw him the football out of the backfield, and he's going to do more than just short yardage. But if you're telling me I need a guy to start the game, there's no Antonio Gibson this week, I need somebody to start the game and be the, every down back per se, I'd much rather that be Jarrett Patterson than anybody else on the roster not named Antonio Gibson. So I think that's where Jarrett Patterson, for me, has an opportunity to create a niche. Like, if it's not Antonio Gibson, then why not Jarrett Patterson? You know what I'm saying? And not just on kickoff returns, because I think that's how he gets his foot in the door. But if something goes down, it sure would be nice to have Jarrett Patterson waiting in the wings. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at with Jarrett Patterson right now. Thank you for the super chat, Barrett Downing. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a silver member of the MOBB. My guy Metaphor writes, if Sweaty Chase combined for 6 sacks against Herbert and Dimes through 2 weeks, it's officially on. He says, now stand up, mob gonna be jumping up. He says, no stand up, mob gonna be jumping up. I got you. Oh, yeah. I mean, if they combine for 6 sacks through the first 3 weeks of the season, you're killing it. I mean, extrapolate that over 17 weeks. That's 34 sacks for each guy, which is not going to happen. But that's what they would be on pace for if you got 2 sacks every game from each of them, essentially. So, well, I take that back. If you got 2 sacks out of them per game, which is what 6 would be through the first 3, you would get 34, 17 apiece among them. That would be asinine. That would be astronomical, okay, value. So, through 2 weeks, that's ridiculous. That's mind-boggling. Through 3 weeks, you're like, man, they're on pace to tear shit up. So 6 in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they're killing the game. Killing it. Absolutely killing it. So thank you for the super chat. Metaphor. DCJ, my guy DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DCJ writes, what's good, Lou? What's good, DCJ? Says, GM hat for a sec. Okay. It's on. Hypothetical. Would you trade for Myles Jack to lock up linebackers? For me, he said, if the price was reasonable, agree. Also, I think the third tight end is the biggest question mark. Who would you take? I don't think, because if you wanted Myles Jack, you're going to have to give up some real draft, like a 2nd round pick for Myles Jack. No worse than a 3rd. If I'm Jacksonville, I'm not taking anything less than your 3rd. And really, I spent a 2nd round pick on Myles Jack. I want my 2nd round pick back. So, and he's been that good in the league. So I don't think that's something they would be looking to do. And remember, when he came in the league, he was supposed to have like a degenerative condition in his knee that was supposed to shorten his career. Has that been fixed? Has that gone away now all of a sudden? I don't know. Bottom line is, I don't think they are looking to trade for Myles Jack. And he's got miles on his tires. You just drafted a guy that has relatively no miles on his tires. His speedometer, odometer is practically brand spanking new. You got Cole Holcomb, who's only been in the league 3 years. So you're excited about him and what he can potentially do for you. So I don't think they're really looking at bringing in any more young linebackers per se right now. Not to say that they won't draft another guy next year to add to the mix, but I wouldn't do the trade, no. As far as tight end number 3 is concerned, your biggest question mark is a very valid one, because I keep going back to this, and I just kind of brought that up with the running back conversation with Jared Patterson. What happens if, God forbid, something happens to our number 1 tight end? I'm not even going to put his name and something happening in the same sentence, but God forbid something happened there. And even to a lesser degree, let's just say John Bates, something, goes wrong there. Your third tight end has to play at that point. You have to be confident that that guy can step in and give you quality snaps. Does any of those guys right now make me feel confident in them being able to do that? The only guy I can say with 100% certainty that I know he could go out and get the job done, he's not going to be a needle mover, but I know he's not going to wet the bed. He's been in this league for 5 years now. I know he can do it, is Ricky Seals-Jones. And I told you guys when we got him, he probably is going to make this football team. Now, I've waffled on that at least 4 or 5 times over. And I'm waffling right now because Ron is essentially playing it close to the vest in terms of what he's thinking about at the tight end position. We all are rooting for Sammis Reyes. We all want him to make the team. After watching him against New England, I saw physicality in the run game. I saw a guy that I know can do it in the pass game. But I also saw a guy that felt like he still was a ways away. Then he didn't play in preseason game number 2. That really hurts because reps is the biggest thing that can help Sammy Reyes right now. So Ricky Seals-Jones taking all of the practice reps last week because there was no Tamarick Hemingway last week, and towards the end of the week, there was no Sammy Reyes, and then taking most of the game reps, that really helps his case, does it, Ricky Seals-Jones? I look at him and Tamarick Hemingway, and I say, you guys have a great shot at locking up tight end number 3 if you can go out and have a strong showing, especially Hemingway. Remember, he was second on the depth chart at one point before he wet the bed against New England. He has the bounce back game. They really like him. They want him to grab the 3rd tight end spot, believe it or not. I really think they just want to keep working with Sammy Reyes on the practice squad. I think they would rather take Tamarick Hemingway and continue to develop him and let him get run because they feel like he can run the offense right now. But if he's not ready, they could easily say, well, let's just go with the upside of Sammy Reyes and we'll roll with him. I honestly think Ricky Seals-Jones is the 3rd tight end right now. You ask me right now, who is it before the 3rd preseason game? It's Ricky Seals-Jones. This could change. Ricky Seals could have a ho-hum quiet game. Tamarick Hemingway and Sammy Reyes could go out and ball, and we're having a totally different discussion. But right now, I think Ricky Seals-Jones is TE3 until otherwise notified. So we'll see what happens there. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01, who writes, O-line prediction. Tackles, Cosme, Leno, Lucas, Charles. So that's 4. Guard, Sheriff, Flowers, Schweitzer. So that's 3. So 7 total between guard and tackle. And then center, Roulier, and Larson. So that's 9 offensive linemen. Larson and Charles can play guard too. Martin, Sharp, and Ishmael on the bubble. Take 9 to open room for JP. That is precisely what I have diagrammed in my mind. That exact setup right there. Now, Ron said today after practice, the more offensive linemen, the better. And then he even went on to say that we're treating this season like last season with COVID. You want as many offensive linemen as possible, not less. So when I hear that, I'm like, are you trying to tell me you're going to go 10 again? Maybe you are. Maybe you aren't. I still am with you, Red Wings 01. I think it's 9 because I just don't see how you can trim off fat on the defensive side if you go with a 10 offensive line look and 4 running backs. It just, the numbers then really put pressure on you to cut out an extra position on defense at that point. If you really want to go 10 offensive linemen, then you're probably going to have to short the D-line, position, or you're going to have to short safety or corner, which you really don't want to do, So, because to me, you can't short D-line. It's got to be 8. 4 defensive tackles, 4 defensive ends. Like, you can't short that. There's no way to cut a corner. There is no fat there to trim off. You need a backup for each position on the line. So it's 4 and 4. So there's no trimming of the fat on the D-line. At linebacker, I don't think you're trimming off the fat there. And you're already trimming off fat at linebacker going with 6. That's a nice, clean, even number, a backup for each linebacker position, theoretically, even though you don't want Jarrett Norris anywhere near the field on game days defensively. Still, 6 is a nice round number. You'd like to have 7 linebackers, theoretically, but they've trimmed off the fat there. You go with 6 linebackers. That's fine. There's no more fat really there to trim off at linebacker. So then where you start trimming off fat is in the secondary. But you want to keep 6 corners, though. You want to keep 6 corners. How's that going to work? Well, if you keep 6 corners, then you can only keep 4 safeties. You're going to cut, Jeremy Reeves then? You don't want to do that, really. You don't want to cut Jeremy Reeves. So if you want to keep your 6 corners, which includes Torrey McTyer and Troy Apke, and you want to keep your 5 safeties, which would include Jeremy Reeves, then you got to cut off one of those offensive linemen. If you don't, then you either can't keep Jeremy Reeves or you can't keep 6 corners. That's essentially what you're telling yourself. I don't see that happening. I think the way to do it is to trim off the fat on the offensive line and keep it pushing. So we'll see what happens. I'm with you, Red Wing 01. Got a super chat here from Trevor Patch. Thank you for the super chat, Trevor Patch. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Trevor Patch writes, where are you breaking down film this year? Same place. Nothing's changed. Patreon is where you'll get the film breakdowns. So that hasn't changed. If you're a Mob Squad member and you're silver or gold, you'll be getting Washington Football Team Studs and Duds, which will be an extension of the film breakdown where I'll explain what players I thought were exceptional that week and the ones that I thought were a bit lackluster. So, but the film breakdown will continue to be on Patreon. That is not going to change. Thank you for the super chat and asking that, Trevor Patch. DCJ, double up. Thank you for doubling up, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, writes, also, I got a feeling roster-wise, go small on linebacker to cover extra safety and maybe wide receiver. Agree? Yes. In my opinion, 3 more. He says, why? My opinion, 3 safety sets, even in base speed package. I think they can't trim off any fat. I just gave you my rationale for the linebacker position. Like, you got to have 6. They're going to keep David Mayo and they're going to keep Jared Norris, and obviously Khaleke Hudson's on the team. And then you got your 3 starters. So they're not going to trim off any more fat at linebacker. The only extra player would have been Phillips. They cut him yesterday. So they're not keeping 7 linebackers. They're keeping 6. And I think, as you mentioned, they're going to have 3 safety packages with all 3 of those guys, Cam Curl, Landon Collins, and Bobby McCain, all on the field at the same time. But they want to keep 5 safeties. The only way you can do that is if you trim off fat somewhere else. I've given you the position that I think it comes at the expense of, which is offensive line. They could go in a different direction. Hell, we've been talking about 4 running backs this entire time. Who knows? Maybe Jared Patterson does take Peyton Barber's spot on the roster. That could be a surprise that I didn't see coming. I can't speak for you out there. You might be saying, they're not keeping 4 backs. Goodbye, Peyton Barber. Hello, Jared Patterson. And that may be the case. I don't see that playing out that way. I see them keeping 4 running backs. They're not getting rid of Peyton Barber. So I've already given you the places. You can't trim fat at quarterback. You can't trim fat at running back. You're actually adding an additional running back. You could trim some fat at running back if you wanted to, but they don't want to. You could theoretically trim fat at receiver, but you don't want to. You want 6 instead of 5. You can't trim fat at tight end. You're only keeping 3 as it is. So, and then on the offensive line, that's, to me, the prime position that you can trim off. Instead of 10, you can go 9. I've already gone through the defense. Can't trim any fat on the linebacker or defensive line positions. It's got to be safety or corner at that point. And you want 6 corners, just like you want 6 receivers. You want 6 corners. You got Juice and Kendall and William Jackson III and Jimmy and McTyer and Apke. So that's 6. What you going to do? We know you're keeping 4 safeties for sure, but you want to keep a 5th. You want Jeremy Reeves on the roster too. We already know it's Bobby McCain, it's Cam Curl, it's Landon Collins, it's Deshays or Everett. We know those 4 are on the team. Jeremy Reeves is a guy that proved to you last year in a pinch. Jeremy Reeves can play ball for you. You want him on the football team. Well, that's 5. So what you going to do then? It's got to be offensive line or it's got to be running back. To me, those are the only 2 positions you could say, all right, this is we're making a hard line stance here. We're only keeping 9 or we're only keeping 3. Those are the only 2 positions. Everywhere else, to me, you want what you want, and this is the way it's got to be in the rest of the other positions. So thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Let's see. Super chat here again from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for tripling up. Who writes? I know we had this convo already, but I'm going to keep saying it. Red Zone O is and has been a major concern for me. I see a lot of bad carryovers so far this year. Otherwise, I'm okay overall. Run D, also to be picky. I'm not concerned about anything right now because real football has not started yet. So I'm not concerned about anything. The only thing you can get me concerned with in the preseason is, well, not the only thing. No, there are 2 things you can get me concerned with in preseason. Health, which, knock on wood, has not been an issue. We've gotten out of every one of these preseason games the way we came in. With everybody that came in, we left with all those guys. I'd like to keep it that way in the final preseason game. And then the other thing I would be concerned about if I saw it or didn't see it was production. Moving the football. Stopping the other team from moving the football. We've stopped the other team on defense for the most part, and not to say that we've had the greatest challenges put in front of us, but that's what you do. They put an inferior team or offense in front of you, you destroy them, you dismantle them. All right, you demolish them. We did that. The offense is moving the football. They're just not finishing off drives. Is that frustrating? Yes. Is it concern? Is it a cause for concern right now? No. They're not game planning. They're not getting extravagant with their play calls. We haven't seen everyone on the field at once. There's so many different moving parts and things that we haven't seen yet that we will see come week 1 versus the Chargers. I am not concerned. Now, we get 3-4 weeks into the season and our red zone percentage, we've been in the red zone 8 times and we've settled for 3 field goals. Yeah, now we have a problem on our hands that we need to discuss. And no, I'm not talking about, we made it to the 19-yard line and had to kick a field goal. Because on 3rd and 10 from the 28, Terry catches a 9-yard completion and 1 yard short of the first down, and we decided to kick a field goal at the 19. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about we got 1st and goal from the 7, and we failed to get in, and now we got to kick a field goal from the 4-yard line. That's what I'm talking about. You fail like that, we got issues if we can't get it in. But I'm not concerned right now. Not. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Fat American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat American, writes, minus a few fluke seasons and wins in our division, it seems like we always get blown out like 90% of the time. Last season was refreshing, except for the Giants. Yeah, pretty much. That's not too far from the truth. The only years that we're good in the division, coincidentally, and it's not a coincidence, okay, are the years we went to the playoffs, either won the division or made it as a wild card. When you play well in your division, you give yourself a chance to make the postseason. Why? Because a third of your schedule comes from your division. You play 17 games, 6 of them come from within your division. So if you can take care of business in your division, you're going to give yourself a chance. Think about it like this. And I've already laid this out for you tonight, but do it once more. If you go 5-1 in your division, you're halfway to 10 wins. You're halfway to double digits. All you got to do is find a way to win 5 games outside of the division. And you get 11 chances at that. Okay? You get 11 chances to win 5 games if you can take care of business with 5 games in the division out of the 6. So, really, if you can find a way, and I've always said this, if you can't finish at least 500 in your division, it's in the NFL manual. You don't finish 500 or better in your division, you can't make the postseason. Sorry, not sorry. You go 2-4 in your division, go home. No, seriously, not to play a playoff game. Go home and sit on your damn couch and watch the postseason with the rest of us. That's not good enough. It's 3-3 or better. And really, 3-3, you're pushing it. But we can let you get away with that. But 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 is what you're striving for every year in the division. No worse than 4-2. And if you usually can do that, you'll give yourself a chance. And that's really been almost like a signal for us that, hey, we were actually not half bad that year. We took care of business in the division. And you can trace back all our, division crown seasons. Go look at our record in the division. Those years, and then every year that we failed to make the playoffs or even be good, go look at our division records that year, and that'll tell the story for you every single time with us. It's not a coincidence. 2020, we're 4-2. 2015, swept the Eagles, 15, swept the Eagles, lost once to the Cowboys. See what we did to the Giants that year. I know we beat them. I don't know what we did against the Giants that year. I seriously doubt that they swept us that year. Probably a split. If I had to guess, we split with them. Probably 4-2 in 2015 in the division. No worse than 3-3, but probably 4-2. In 2012, I know for a fact that we only lost to the Giants. Swept Dallas, swept the Eagles, and we lost to the Giants in the Meadowlands in that epic game against the Giants, and I talked about earlier in the show. So we were 5-1 that year. 07, that's a while back. It's hard for me to remember what exactly transpired. That year, I just always remember Sean Taylor's death. So that one, that's everything after that is kind of like a wash. Yeah, Todd Collins comes in, saves the day, yada, yada, yada. But that 07 season was all about Sean Taylor passing away. And I think the game he actually got injured in was against the Eagles, and that was a loss, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't even know how good we were in the division that year, but whatever. 2005, I know for a fact that we swept Dallas because that was the Monday Night Miracle, and that was the beatdown at home late in the season, like 31-7 or whatever it was. The Eagles that year, I want to say we swept them. I remember Sean Taylor had a big hit that year on, I want to say, Todd Stinkston, as I used to call him. Blasted him, kind of set the tone for that one. And I think that was a Monday night game. And then the second Eagles game, nope. And 05, that was the swoop in. That was the iconic scoop the fumble and dive into the end zone to cap off the division or the playoff berth, because we didn't win the division. That was to cap off the playoff berth in 05. So I don't know if we beat them at FedEx that year in 05. But we beat them in Philadelphia for sure late that season. And then the Giants in 05. I don't remember what we did against the Giants in 05. It's crazy because I remember what we did against the Giants in 06 because I was at the second of those two games. Tiki Barber ran for like two bills on us that game on a Saturday night. I remember going to that game. And then in 07, we had those boys on the ropes in week 3. They started the season off 0-2, gave up 80 points in the first 2 weeks, 45 to Dallas in week 1, 35 to Green Bay in week 2. And we had them 14-3 at halftime, and we let them come back and beat us, I think 17-14. I believe. I think it was 13-3 at halftime, and they beat us 17-13 or something like that. And Lydell Betts was in the game at the end instead of Clinton Portis, and we didn't get it on 4th down. That stunk. Anyway, I digress. I'm going down that rabbit hole again. You always send me down these damn rabbit holes, Fat American. Damn you, Fat American. Anyway, thank you for the super chat, Fat American. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Metaphor. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, whip out the Roomba this year. Sweep the East. It'd be nice, but I'm not holding my breath. Again, we haven't swept Dak Prescott, and we haven't even beaten Daniel Jones yet. So I'm not setting the bar that damn high. How about we just beat Daniel Jones once? Let's start there. And how about we get Dak, once as well? Let's get the first one, and then we can start talking crazy. Yeah, let's sweep their ass. I want this game in week 2 more so than any other game in the division right now. They're public enemy number 1. And then once we scratch them off the list and beat Daniel Jones, then we can move on and put them back down the list where they belong and reassert Dallas at the top. But for right now, last year we went into the season, the Eagles were public enemy number 1 in the division. I told you before the season started, I want the Eagles. The football guy said, I hear you. I'm going to bless you. Don't worry. Eagles, week 1. I said, not only are we getting them, we're going to beat them. And I told y'all that when we first got the schedule. I said, we beating the Eagles. I guarantee it. And I said, I told y'all I didn't think we were going to be good last year. And we weren't. We were 7-9. Okay. But I said, we're not going to be good, but we're going to beat the Eagles week 1. And we did. I said, I want the Giants week 1 this year. I want these boys right off the bat. Football guy said, I can't do that. Can't do that. But what I can do is I can bless you week 2 with a Thursday night game at the crib. I'll take it. Appreciate you. Now, he said, but if you're going to take this deal, you got to know before you shake my hand. Yeah. You're going to have to finish up the season with 5 straight NFC East games. Where they do that at? He said, I know it's crazy, right? We got a deal? I said, deal. Give me the damn Giants. I want their ass. So I got what I asked for. Don't piss me off, guys. Do not piss me off. I need it in the worst way right after a long day. I need it. Go get it for us. All right. But it starts with that one. You want to sweep the East. You can't get to 6 without 1. Got to win that one first. Thank you for the super chat metaphor. Johnny Boy 26. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Johnny Boy 26. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Johnny Boy 26 writes, by the way, this is Clumsy Jedi 26. New name. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. I'm worried about Ryan Fitzpatrick. So far in the preseason, he's been missing throws. It's becoming alarming to me. You're like the 3rd person that said that to me. What's alarming to me, Johnny Boy 26, formerly the YouTuber formerly known as Clumsy Jedi 26, is that you guys out there assume that you were getting this ultra accurate quarterback that was going to be lights out and tear this division to shreds. Where are you getting your intel from? I must find out. I have to know. Where are you getting your intel? And more importantly, where are you getting your confidence in Ryan Fitzpatrick from? I need answers. Because I've been trying to tell you guys ever since we signed him. I told you guys before free agency, when we were making our list of guys we wanted, I don't want Ryan Fitzpatrick. I don't want anything to do with Fitty Fitty. And I gave you the reasons why. And then we had all of these analytics people out here. Well, he's actually the best quarterback under pressure with 7 or more rushers in the third quarter with 9 minutes to go in the game or more. What the hell is that stat? I've said this before. I'll say it again. He's Fitty Fitty for a reason. He's been on 9 or 10 or 11. I stopped counting teams in this league already because he's consistently inconsistent, which is why he's never led a team to the postseason. I don't want to talk about had he started all year last year at Miami. He didn't, okay, start all season last year at Miami. I don't want to talk about the 2015 season. They went 10-6. It wasn't good enough. He still threw 15 interceptions that year, by the way, okay? I don't know why you guys expect Ryan Fitzpatrick to do something that he's really never done, which is just be an elite quarterback. He is a middle-of-the-road quarterback. It's still better than what we had last year, and it's going to improve this offense. But if you think for 1 second that this guy's going to come in here and rewrite the record books and shatter all of Kirk Cousins. Yes, I said it. Kirk Cousins records. And I know a lot of you, well, that was garbage time stats by Kirk. So, whatever. Okay. You call it whatever you want to call it. I know Kirk set a bunch of franchise records en route to winning the division. That's all I know in a home playoff game. So you call it whatever you want. Garbage time stats. I call it winning the division. Apples, oranges, bananas, mangoes, whatever. Bottom line is he's not going to break Kirk's records. Have we had a quarterback on this team throw for 30 touchdowns since Sonny Jurgensen? Is Sonny Jurgensen still the franchise record holder for most touchdown passes? I don't think Kirk ever eclipsed 30 touchdown passes with us. I think the most he had was 29. Correct me if I'm wrong. Somebody out there, you tell me if I'm wrong on that or not. Is Ryan Fitzpatrick going to exceed 30 touchdowns this year? I don't know. My guess is he'll have a shot if he doesn't make mistakes. We'll see. He's got to stay healthy, and he's got to make plays. And he can't miss opportunities. As you mentioned, guys that are open, you got to hit them. He hasn't always done that in the preseason right now. But it's the preseason. I'm not alarmed. But then again, I'm not surprised because you are alarmed. Alarm bells go off when you set it to go off, and you're surprised by that alarm when you're sleeping, even though you set the alarm. I'm not alarmed because I set the alarm knowing I need to get up at this time and I don't want to oversleep. So I know the alarm is going off. I set the win alarm at 8 or 9. Why did I set it there? Because Ryan Fitzpatrick is the quarterback. So when that alarm goes off at 8 or 9 wins, and I look up at the end of the season and we're 9-8 or 8-9, I go, that's where I set the alarm. And when I look up at Ryan Fitzpatrick's stats for the season, and he's thrown for 3,300 yards and 27 touchdowns and 14 interceptions, and his passer rating is like 89.8. Yeah, that's right around where I set the alarm. Yeah, sounds about right. Anything over that, he's exceeded my expectations. So we'll see what happens. I'm not concerned because it's the preseason, number one, but number two, this is what Ryan Fitzpatrick is. So anything that I'm seeing, I kind of expected it. If he makes good plays, I expect that. If he makes bad plays, I expect that. That's the fitty experience. Get used to it. Okay? Get used to it. That's why he's fitty. 50% keeping the other team in the game, 50% keeping his team in the ball game. Which fitty are you getting? I don't know. Stop asking. Thank you for the super chat, Johnny Boy 26. Got a super chat here from my guy, JP, John Perez. I think this is your second one. Might be your third. I know it's your second for sure. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. JP, my guy, John Perez writes, Lou, what more can I say about Chase Young? Watching the Predator kill quarterbacks is like watching a lion kill its prey. Hashtag future gold jacket recipient. It's a little early for that, but we know the talent suggests that could be his calling card down the road. But I enjoy watching the Predator bag QBs. And if that Patriots sack is any indication of what's to come, keep in mind, he did not get a sack against the Cincinnati Bengals. So, but if that Patriots sack is any indication of what's to come, we are in for a treat this season. I cannot wait. Bart Scott can't wait. Thank you for the super chat, JP. Anthony Shannon, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Anthony Shannon, writes, if they don't try and use JP like Darren Sproles, then they tripping. I think you're going to see more of that next year. Truth be told, I think they would prefer it if they didn't have to use him at all this year, other than on kickoff returns, if he's on the active game day roster. That's truth be told, because if that's the case, that means Antonio Gibson, Ant Gibbs, balling, and J.D. McKissick coming off the bench doing J.D. McKissick things, like catching the football out of the backfield and being an outstanding change of pace back like he was last year. If that's the case, if everybody's filling the role that they filled last year, even more so this year, and our guy Barber is giving the defense their 1 and 2 yard trim ups, there's no reason for Jared Patterson to see the field this year. And I think that's the way they would diagram it, to be honest with you. However, next year, totally different story. I don't think there will be a J.D. McKissick on this roster next year. Now it's Peyton Barber and it's, Jared Patterson. And I think it's Jared Patterson time behind Antonio Gibson. That's when you start using him in that Darren Sproles role. But I don't think you see that year one, if they have their way. But we know circumstances dictate, different things to happen. So we'll see how the season plays out. Thank you for the super chat, Anthony Shannon. Comedic relief for the night. Gear Cell 1. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. See what our guy Gear Cell 1 has to say. What is up? Heard Cam missed the COVID test because he showed up in gray Daisy Dukes with patent leather socks. Tragic. Washington football team forever. Look, you joking, you bullshitting, but I wouldn't put it past Cam to show up in gray bell bottoms, or Daisy Dukes. Now, I wouldn't put no Daisy Dukes on it, man. I was thinking about bell bottoms. Cam's an eccentric guy. You know, he can show up in some patent leather socks. I wouldn't put it past him. Feet sweating like a mug in them patent leather socks. But yeah, with some penny loafers on. Anyway, I digress. That was tragic. Thank you for the super chat. Gear Sell 1. Gregory Marston. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gregory Marston, writes, what will it take for Heineke to replace Fitzpatrick? Not an injury, but poor play. A couple of bad games, a poor half, a likely scenario. I think what it would take, and I've said this before, is they have to feel the way they felt about Dwayne last year, about Fitzpatrick this year, which is he's holding back the entire team. This team could actually win football games if we got better play from the quarterback position, and hence he's submarining this team's chances, so we have to make a move. If that is the case, if they feel that way, and I'll give you some examples, and it'll take more than one game. It's not going to be one bad half or one bad game. It's going to have to be a succession of games, and it could be a stretch, like let's say 2 out of 3 games early in the season too. Let's say week 1, you fall to the Chargers. Very winnable game. And Fitzpatrick throws 2 interceptions, including a late game backbreaker with a wide open wide receiver, and he makes a poor choice and it gets picked off. That stings. You rebound, though, short turnaround, beat the Giants. And then the following week, you go to Buffalo and you got the AFC defending East champions and a participant in the AFC championship game on the ropes in Orchard Park. And this is a team Fitz knows extremely well. Played for him, played for the Dolphins, so played against them for many years, played with the Jets, knows the AFC East very intimately, and then knows this Bills team. And so he goes into Orchard Park like he's done so many times as a player and an opponent, and he's got those boys on the ropes. And he throws a back-breaking pick late in that game. 2 out of 3 games, you look at it and you say, we could be 3-0 right now if Ryan Fitzpatrick doesn't turn it over. And now you're 1-2 heading into, I think we've got the Falcons or the Saints in week 4 on the road. I think the Saints are at home, so I think it's the Falcons on the road week 4. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. And let's say the defense is spectacular in that week 4 game. But the offense just can't seem to get it going, and Fitzpatrick is just a little off, and he's missing guys. Ron's seen enough. We could easily be 3-1, 4-0 right now, and instead we're 1-3. Time to make a change before this thing spirals out of control. That's how it would happen. You could get 2 really poor performances in a row and maybe chatter starts, but I think it takes a third bad performance in about a 4-week stretch for them to say, okay, enough's enough. But it's not going to be one half or one game that's going to make them decide to pull the plug. He's a veteran. They know he's going to make some mistakes, but they know he's capable of, overcoming those mistakes. That's why he's still in the league right now. He giveth, he taketh away. So I think it's going to take them feeling like we got other guys that can run this offense and keep the ball out of harm's way and give us a chance with the way our defense is playing right now. We need to make the switch. Or you're saying, we got a shot here. Fitz is missing some things. Let's just go with Heineke, Let's go with a guy that we know can make some things happen. That would be the case. But for me, I think it would take a 3 out of 4 stretch or a 3 out of 5 stretch where you feel like, lose a game you should have won, win a game. Lose a game you feel like you should have won win a game, and then you lose another game you think you should have won, and all 3 of those losses are because Ryan Fitzpatrick simply wasn't good enough, and you feel like every other aspect of the team was up to par to get you the win, all right, time to make a switch. So I think, put it this way, I think Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to have a very long leash. Not like Dwayne last year. Very long leash. And Ron showed you with Dustin Hopkins. He has patience for a guy he believes in. How much does Ron believe in Ryan Fitzpatrick will really determine how long he rides with him. If Ron truly believes in Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's going to ride with him. If Ron doesn't, he'll drop him just as fast as he dropped Dwayne. End of discussion. Thank you for the super chat, Gregory Marston. Colton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ, thank you for being a gold member of the Mob Squad. My guy, CPJ, writes, is Cam Curl starting or McCain? I'd rather Curl, but I'm thinking certain packages, McCain will be out at free safety and Curl in the box. What do you think? Right now, Bobby McCain is your starting free safety. Now, they've seen a lot of things they like out of Cam Curl, and I think it could really just vary from game to game. You know, they could come out in the 3 safety look with the first defensive snap of the game. McCain has been on the field pretty much with the starting unit for these games, but you've also seen a ton of Cameron Curl as well. So I wouldn't make too much out of starting, not starting at safety. Landon Collins is the one guy you know is going to be on the field. They're going to interchange the other parts, but you're going to see a lot of those guys. So I wouldn't really put too much stock into who's starting, who's not. You're going to see a ton of Bobby McCain. You're going to see a ton of Cameron Curl. So I wouldn't get too caught up in who's starting and who's not. And you're going to see, you know, packages that I just mentioned with all 3 of them on the field. So thank you for the super chat, CPJ. Greatly appreciate you. DCJ, my guy, DCJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I think Hemingway won't make the roster. Practice squad at best. He got blown up a lot in pass and run protection. I think it's Reyes and Jones. I agree, Jones, but Ron gives off Reyes and Ravens game can lock it up. I think so. And I told you, listening to Ron, they're rooting for Sammy Reyes. They love his physicality. They know he's not ready to contribute right away. But I think we've talked about this. You know, do I take the upside of a guy that may not necessarily be ready to contribute on a major scale right now and just go with the fact that the more he plays, the better he gets, the more he'll be able to contribute, and we don't want to lose his upside to potentially another team in the league, versus we would love to work with a young guy on the practice squad in Sammy Reyes, but we want a guy that we can trust right now in Tamarick Hemingway or Ricky Seals-Jones. Even though the ceiling isn't as high on either one of these guys as it is Sammy Reyes, we know that if these guys have to play a more significant role in week 2, they can do that, whereas Sammy Reyes isn't really ready for that right now. So that's, I think, where the discussion happens. But as I've already said at the top of this show, it's a big game coming up against the Ravens. You know, preseason games usually don't really carry too much weight. This is a big game for a lot of guys. You know, Torrey McTyer, I'm not going to say he's locked up a spot, but he's all but locked up a spot. He could, if he comes out the first couple of possessions and they target him and he gets a pass breakup, it's over. He's locked it up. You know, I think he's going to make the football team anyway. But, you know, the 3rd tight end, 4th defensive end, safety position. There's so many guys. Wide receiver. AGG has not locked up that 6th receiver spot yet. What the hell are they going to do at punt returner? There are so many unanswered questions. Oh, my stars. This game is huge. We're talking about Daniel Wise at defensive end. Where in the hell did he come from? He was here last year. But I'm talking about this year. Where in the hell did Daniel Wise come from? We weren't talking about this guy 2 weeks ago. And then all of a sudden he shows up against Cincinnati and he's kicking dude's ass. And all of a sudden Ron's like, yeah, you don't forget about Daniel Wise. Yeah. Like defensive end 4 is a big deal right now. So many spots available. One game. We'll see what happens. It's going to be really interesting. Cinema Plebe. Thank you for the super chat, Cinema Plebe. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I always miss these live because I work. Just want to send some love. Man, I really do appreciate that. I'm glad you're able to catch this live for the first time in a long time, or if ever. I always love when people say, man, I don't get to catch these live a lot of times, so I'm glad I'm getting to catch it. I'm glad you're getting to catch this live. But as I always state, live or not, as long as you get to, watch it on playback at your, convenience, that's the most important part. As long as you support by watching, that's all I can care about. So I'm really appreciate you not only being able to watch live, but also coming in and dropping some love and making yourself known. It's always good for me to run into somebody. So I see your name once, I don't forget it. I don't forget it. So it's good to see your name because again, I told you, I am a lurker. So I could be watching someone's videos for 3-4 years and they've never heard from me once. So I know how that goes. So I really do appreciate you. Cinema Plebe. Got another super chat here from Nick Forbush. My guy, Nick Forbush. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, you can see a scenario where we can practically play all 4 of our D linemen after rookie deals, or pay all 4 of our D linemen after their rookie deals. If not, who is the one to go? I'm going to do my best to bring a guy on the show to explain this to you guys. I really like him, and I think he is top notch at this stuff. So it's going to be hard. It's going to be really hard. It's possible, and I keep saying the way it's possible is we don't have a quarterback contract right now. And so when you don't have to divulge, 14, 15% of your cap to one player, you can then allocate those resources elsewhere. But the realization of it is they're not the only guys you have to pay. We already paid Jonathan Allen, and I think he got $18 million per on a 4-year, $72 million extension. You're going to have to pay Chase Young. If you really wanted to keep, because I contend Montez Sweat is the odd man out. That's what I've said, and I don't really like thinking about this because it's still a little ways off in down the road, but it's depressing thinking about it because I just want to enjoy what we have while we have it, because I know more likely than not we won't have it for very long. So I just want to enjoy the ride while it's going. I don't want to start talking about when it's going to end. But if we wanted to keep both defensive ends, then you can't resign. You can. It's just going to be tough. You can't resign both defensive tackles. Deron Payne would then be the odd man out. But you get to Payne before you get to Sweat or Young. Now, if Chase Young has 16.5 sacks this year, and then after his 3rd season, he has, let's say he goes 16.5 and then 15 the following year. You do a new deal with him after that 3rd season. You don't wait until the 4th or even the 5th year. As we've seen here in Washington multiple times, the closer a player gets to free agency, the less likely it is they sign a long-term deal, the less incentive they have to sign a long-term deal. You do what the Browns just did with Myles Garrett. After his 3rd year, they realize we got us a stud. This guy's a beast and one of the best in the league. Let's lock him up. Lock him up. Lock him up. So they did after year 3. No need to pick up a 5th-year option or wait till after the 4th year. Nah, to hell with that. Lock his ass up now. No need to wait. That's what I think they would do with Chase Young. So he would be right in that same neighborhood with Deron Payne at that point, because Payne is now a guy where you pick up the 5th-year option. Let's see. Payne was 18. So 18, 19, 20, 21. So this is year 4 for Payne, if I'm not mistaken. I think he's been 94 for the last 2 years. He was 95 his rookie season. So this will be year 4. So you picked up the 5th-year option on Payne already, and you got to pay him next year after the season this year if you want to keep him. If you don't, then you might be focusing your attention on Sweat. Either way, it's going to be cheaper to keep 2 D tackles and 1 end than it is 2 defensive ends and 1 D tackle, because you're paying those 2 D ends over $100 million. Can you afford to do that and have it neither one of them be a quarterback? I think the answer is no, because don't forget, you got to pay Terry. If you really love Cole Holcomb, you got to pay Cole Holcomb. There are going to be other guys on this team that need deals as well. And there aren't many other guys right now that we look at and say, he's going to need a massive deal. There are going to be smaller deals that you should be able to get done. Like we just got Chase Roulier done. That's not a bank, buster. That's not going to break you. We just did a deal with Logan Thomas. That's not going to break you. You know what I'm saying? Like there are more of those deals to do as well. But for every one of those deals, there's going to be one of these massive deals. So it's going to be interesting, because if you want to keep all of those, if you decide to keep this defensive line intact, it's going to come at the expense of some of these other players that you guys like too. You want to keep the D-line intact, well, you may not be able to keep Cam Curl. You may not be able to keep Kendall Fuller when his contract is up. I think he signed a 4-year deal, though, so we should be good on him for a little while. But, you may not be able to keep, say Khaleke Hudson breaks out this year and next year. You may not be able to keep Khaleke Hudson. Like, guys like that may go by the wayside because you want to keep the D-line intact. You really like Cam Sims? This is his last year in Washington. He's not under contract at all with this team next year. You want him back? You can't re-sign everybody. J.D. McKissick, same thing. You're going to have to draft well if you're going to keep this D-line intact, because you're not going to be able to afford to pay guys that have been here. So you're going to have to draft their replacements. And that's why when DCJ earlier said, hey, would you give up a good deal for Miles Jack? I'm like, no, we need our draft capital. If you're trying to keep this D-line intact, that means you're really going to have to draft well everywhere else, because you can't afford to pay other guys. You're going to need a ton of cheap labor, guys on rookie contracts. A number of good players you're going to have to say goodbye to. Are you willing to do that? Are you willing to lose a Cole Holcomb? Are you willing to lose a De'Ami Brown? Are you willing to lose some of the guys that may be casualties, of us re-signing all 4 of these defensive linemen? Matt Ioannidis' deal is up soon. You want him gone? Because you're not going to be able to afford him as well. Tim Settle is as good as gone, in my mind. This is his last year in Washington. Can't afford to keep him here. Like, you're going to lose players that you really like. Antonio Gibson. You can't re-sign everybody. So I've already wrapped my brain around the likelihood that it's 3 out of the 4. And more likely than not, it's both defensive tackles and Chase Young. That's the likelihood. Like the 49ers, they had to choose. They actually chose, if you go with their pairing, they chose the Montez Sweat of their pairing and traded their Chase Young. Because DeForest Buckner is the better of the two. He's the more dominant of the two. And they decided we're going to trade him because we don't want to pay him 100 and some odd million. We'll take the guy that's going to take less than 100 million to re-sign. And they kept Eric Armstead and paid him 80 something million. And Eric Armstead went to Indianapolis and got like 125 million. You can't. And then they turned around with the first round pick that they flipped their guy for DeForest Buckner. They turned around and drafted his replacement from South Carolina. So that's the kind of stuff you're going to have to do. Don't be surprised if in the next year or two, Washington drafts a first-round defensive end. That'll tell you all you need to know. They draft a guy in the first or the second round, really more likely than not a first-round pick. That means they have no intentions of re-signing one of their ends, more likely than not, Montez Sweat. If they draft a defensive tackle next year in the first round, well, that means they're pretty much giving you a sign. They probably need to draft a defensive tackle anyway. Not saying it needs to be in the first round, but you're going to lose Tim Settle, and then Daron Payne's on the last year of his deal. If you haven't reached a deal with him, you probably need to go ahead and invest in that position anyway. And then, if I'm not mistaken, Matt Ioannidis signed a 3-year extension, so he's got to be getting pretty close. I think he's probably got 2 more years left on that extension, because you tacked on it was a year left, and then they signed a 3-year extension, if I'm not mistaken. So I think we're 3 years into that extension. So this year and then next year, and I think his deal is done too. So they should be looking at defensive tackle as well. But I digress. Just something to think about. But yeah, it's a ways away. It's depressing to me, and it's a really morbid topic. So I tend to just try to steer clear of it. But anyway, thank you for the super chat. It's an interesting discussion to have, nonetheless. Nick Forbush. Enigma RJ, thank you for the super chat and being a gold member of the MOBB. Really appreciate you, Enigma RJ. Enigma RJ writes, "Sup, Lou? Sup, Enigma?" Says, "You think we score over 30 this year?" Oh, without a doubt. I really don't care who the quarterback is. With the weapons we have and our capabilities defensively, I think we'll have some short fields. I think we'll force some turnovers more than we did last year. And this offense is way too explosive to not score 30 multiple times this upcoming season. So without a doubt, I think we get to 30. I really would like to do it right out of the gate week 1, but that's a tough Chargers defense. So not going to hold my breath there. But anyway, got a super chat here from Jenny Perez. Thank you for the super chat, Jenny Perez. Greatly appreciate you. Jenny writes, "What up, Lou? What up, Jenny? Do you think Sammy Reyes makes the 53 and or Dax Milne may clear waivers? I think you can't hide Sammy anymore." So that's something they have to take into consideration. I've already talked about Sammy's being a guy that a lot of teams were interested in, including Kansas City, Atlanta, and he chose Washington. It was home for him. That's where he lives. So he chose the team that was closest to him. But if you cut him, you expose him to everyone else, and they know that. And I'm not sure that the guys at the tight end position that are on this team are worth you exposing Sammy Reyes to the rest of the league. And that's really what the debate is if you're Ron Rivera and company. Are the guys on the roster and Tamarick Hemingway and Ricky Seals-Jones worth keeping on the roster and potentially then losing Sammy Reyes? I think the answer is no, personally. But that's why this last preseason game is big, because maybe they aren't sure and they just need a little push in one direction or the other. And this game may be the ultimate deciding factor, essentially. As far as Dax Milne is concerned, I think he does clear waivers. I think he doesn't make our team. He hasn't done enough in the preseason to warrant attention from other. Now, again, that could all change. This man could have 6 catches for 84 yards in his preseason game finale against the Ravens, and that could be all the team needs to see to say, hey, shit, this dude actually has a little something to him. But really, what it boils down to for Dax Milne is, did someone love him during the draft process and want to draft him, and Washington just got to him first in the 7th round? Or, and it not only is it that, but then it has to coincide with the team having a need at that position. Because remember, more likely than not, guys aren't going to leave your team if you offer them a practice squad spot. Guys aren't going to leave your team to then make a lateral move to another team's practice squad. The likelihood is, if I've been with you all camp, the coaching staff knows me, I'm comfortable with you, I know the system now, I've been working in it, I'm much closer to getting on the field here than I would be somewhere else going to their practice squad. So I'm just going to stay where I am versus going somewhere and hoping to get a fresh start, unless you feel like there's no opportunity for you here. You just want a fresh start. If you clear waivers, he'll be back here, and I think he will clear waivers. If he doesn't, it'll be because somebody offered him a 53-man roster spot, and I just don't see anybody offering Dax Milne that at this point. He hasn't played well enough to do that. So you can clear waivers with Dax Milne. You can put him on your practice squad. I think Sammy's is the one that's really questionable at this point. And that's the one that I think they fear, but they've got a decision to make. They're hoping Sammy's makes it for them, honestly, by playing well in his final preseason game. Thank you for the super chat, Jenny Perez. That was actually a really good question. Enigma RJ, double up, thank you for doubling up. Enigma RJ, greatly appreciate you, who writes, oh, we already did that. Oh, you doubled up and asked the same thing again. I'll answer it again. Sup, Lou, you think we scored 30 this year? Yeah. Not on average, no. But are we going to hit the 30-point threshold and cross it this year? Yeah, we're going to do that. You know, we scored 40 once last year. You know, I am aware against the Cowboys on Thanksgiving. I did not forget. But I also am aware that we didn't score 30 from 30 to 39, not a single time last year. Not once. So I'm aware of that as well. And we will this year, multiple times, I think. Thank you for the super chat, RJ Enigma. Mr. Laughing My Head Off, thank you for being a gold member of the Mob Squad, and thank you for your super chat. Greatly appreciate you, as always, Mr. Laughing My Head Off, who writes, Lou, this guy, Torrey McTyer, has been a pleasant surprise. He has given us one of the deepest secondaries our team has had in a while. Let's hope this team on paper transfers to the field. Pass rush and secondary go hand in hand. I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Laughing My Head Off. Torrey McTyer, I've said already, and I think I said it again at the top of the show tonight, after Jack Del Rio said the same thing that I said yesterday, which is he's been probably the most pleasant surprise of camp. After watching what he's done and the growth he's shown, I'm amazed at the depth that we now have, because I told you I was a little worried about the depth at corner as well. Well, that's no longer the case if McTyer continues to play at the level we've seen from him. Now, all of this is fine and dandy, as you mentioned, on paper. D-line, secondary, still questions about linebacker, but you feel really good about the back end. You feel really good about the front end. It's the in-between. Right now, we're like an Oreo cookie. Right now, we really love the sandwiches. Not so in love with the cream filling, though. which is fine. If everything comes together here, the D-line plays the way we think they're capable of, the secondary is as good as we think and as deep and talented as we think it is, we could be really dangerous. But like you said, it has to transfer from paper to the field. And as fans, I think sometimes that's where we get things misconstrued, is because we take paper and we insert it into field. And we just assume that, yeah, that's Chase Young, that's Deron Payne, that's Jonathan Allen, that's Montez Sweat. They're going to dominate. We think they're going to dominate, but they got to go out and do it. We look at this secondary, William Jackson III, Kendall Fuller. We really like Juice. We think Torrey McTyer is going to be solid. We got Cam Curl. We got Bobby McCain. We got Landon Collins. Look at that secondary. Oh, really? They got to go out and do it. We'll see. I'm anxious. I like this makeup. I need to see it on the field, though. That's where and that's what Jack Del Rio pretty much says. Like, all these expectations are cool, but you got to go out and do it. If the secondary is good, it's going to help the pass rush. If the pass rush is good, it's going to help the secondary. They go hand in hand, just like you said. There's a debate around the league, chicken or the egg debate. Which one comes first? The elite corner or the elite edge rusher? Which one do you take first? That was a debate we heard just last draft. Not this one that just passed, but the draft with Chase Young and Jeff Okudah. Who should, Washington take? And it wasn't like, hey, you take Jeff Okudah at 2. Not a lot of people were saying that, but there was a debate out there that you might be better off already having Montez Sweat taking Jeff Okudah because you need the dominant corner, which to me is asinine. I'm first of all, I'm biased because I'm a pass rush guy. Go after the quarterback. The quarterback is the most important position, so the guy bagging the quarterback to me is the most important guy on the defensive side of football. So, thank you for the super chat, Mr. Laughing My Head Off. Really do appreciate you. This one real quick from Red Wing 01. He says, Louis T, you're correct. Kirk threw 29 touchdowns in 2015. Didn't hit the 30 mark till Minnesota. I figured that was the case. I thought that 2015 was his high watermark, and I thought it was 29. I don't think we've had a quarterback in Washington history other than Sonny Jurgensen hit 30 touchdowns, which is crazy when you think about the NFL and all of the rule changes that benefit the offense. That just goes to show you how inept our position has been. Even Ryan Fitzpatrick hit 31 with the Jets. Hell, Jameis threw 30 interceptions, but managed to still throw 33 touchdowns or whatever for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we haven't had one guy have 1 year just where he got hot and threw for 30 touchdowns. That's us, though. That's who we've been. Condo P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. All right, girl. Condo P writes, Tez puts the league on notice in 2021. I thought he did that last year, honestly. I mean, I told you I thought he was our most improved player, and I thought he was our best defensive player. Now, Chase Young was outstanding. I thought Montez Sweat was our best defensive player last year overall. So, but I know what you're saying. Like, 9.5 sacks doesn't necessarily scare the rest of the league. You had to really be watching to know dominant against the run, deflecting passes left and right, can't screen on his side. And then, yeah, he also still almost bagged 10 quarterbacks. But you're talking 15 sacks, and everybody knows, okay, Montez Sweat. This number 90 over here? Shit. Y'all talking about Chase Young? What about this other dude over here, man? Yeah, you talking about that. That could come in 2021. I'm excited for both of these dudes. I really am. I'm right there with you, Condo P. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Red Wings 01. I think this is your second super chat. Double up. Might be your third. Feels like your second, though. I know they won't do this, but if we trim fat at the quarterback position, putting Kyle Allen on the squad, other teams look at him as Ron's guy. Thoughts? They're not going to cut a quarterback. We're keeping 3 quarterbacks. And you said you knew this wouldn't happen, and it's not going to happen. But we can go with your scenario as a hypothetical. Say they do that. I think a team like Atlanta would jump at the opportunity to get Kyle Allen. He's way better than Josh Rosen. Like, you can't afford to do that in a league that is starving for competent backup quarterbacks. You cut Kyle Allen, and he showed some good things. Remember, before he got injured last year, Kyle Allen was 4 touchdowns, 1 interception. He was completing at a nice clip, and he was really managing this team well. Ron was excited about him. I was excited about him. He's shown mobility, the ability to make things happen off schedule, to manage the game. Yeah, he's going to make a mistake or two, okay? But he's the definition of a competent, quality backup. You think the Dallas Cowboys wouldn't scoop up Kyle Allen, who did them in on a nice, wet, dreary day in October last year? You didn't think they wouldn't look at their roster of quarterbacks and say, they just cut Kyle Allen? Put in a waiver claim right now. You don't think the Cowboys would do that in a heartbeat? I would if I were them. You don't think the Atlanta Falcons, who just lost to A.J. McCarron, wouldn't look at Kyle Allen and say, he used to be in the division? Put a waiver claim on him. I would if I were them. And there are probably 2 or 3 other teams around the league that are looking and saying, Kyle Allen, you see our backups? Put a waiver claim in. So you're not – look, we have – no one in the league goes 3 deep like us. Let me say that again. No one in the league goes 3 deep like us, 3 deep like us, 3 deep like us at the quarterback position. Nobody in the league does. I said this earlier on the podcast. How many teams in the league can say, our starter went down, our backup comes in, we don't miss a beat, we keep the party going. Our second quarterback goes down, we put our third stringer in, we don't miss a beat, keep the party going. How many teams in the league can say that? Now, it also speaks to a problem we have here in Washington, that there is no real significant drop-off from starter to second, from second to third. They're all kind of on the same, level, same playing field. That's problematic, but it's also a strength. We don't have a Dak Prescott. We don't have a Russell Wilson. We don't have a Patrick Mahomes or Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady or Josh Allen. We don't have a guy that you say, that's the Don Dada right there. Take 6 steps, and then you get to the next quarterback on your roster. But unlike those teams I just named, that guy gets hurt. The next guy that they got to go to. Now, some of that is because the guy that they have as their number 1 is that good. But in the case of Buffalo, I think they could still win with Mitchell Trubisky. They're not winning a Super Bowl with him, but they could still win with Mitchell Trubisky. But if Dak Prescott gets hurt in Dallas, they're screwed. If Aaron Rodgers gets hurt in Green Bay, more likely than not with Jordan Love, they're screwed. Patrick Mahomes gets hurt in Kansas City, their season is over. That's not the case here in Washington. The next guy comes in, I'm confident. The next guy comes in after that, I'm still confident. If we do what we did last year and we got to go through 3 quarterbacks in the regular season, I'm confident that, unlike last year, I'm confident that all 3 can get the job done. How many teams in the league can say that? Now, again, would I prefer to just have one guy? You're damn right. I'd trade all 3 of these dudes in a heartbeat to get one dude at this position and be like Dallas and say, All right, I ain't got shit behind him, but I got that one guy. I'd take that model in a heartbeat. Give me the one stud, and I'll try to figure it out as a backup. I'll try to figure it out best I can. But we're not in that situation. The sum of our parts is greater than any other team, I think, at the quarterback position. But with that said, there are drawbacks to it. But they're not cutting Kyle Allen. You can't cut Taylor Heinicke or Kyle Allen. If that were the case, you're better off trading one of those guys. You're only going to get a sixth or a seventh round conditional pick more likely than not. Who gives a shit? At least you'll get something for him. You wouldn't just cut one of those guys. But with the way our quarterback situation has been and the way they see things shaping up, there's no way you're cutting any of those guys. But no one around the league is going to say, oh, that's Kyle Allen's only playing well because he's in Scott Turner's system. They're like, no, he's better than Josh Rosen. We're gonna get him here to Atlanta. He's better than Cooper Rush, Ben DiNucci, or Garrett Gilbert. Get his ass here in Dallas. So no, I wouldn't. I don't see them doing that. It's not going to happen, and I don't see them doing that. Thank you for the super chat, Justin Menish. Greatly appreciate you. Justin Menish writes, ranked safeties, Landry, Swearinger, Collins, Curl, 1 to 4. I guess you're talking about as members of the Washington football team. If this is the case, shit, you'd be hard pressed to. I think Landon Collins' first year was really good. It was masked by a really bad defense, and he was really the only guy here. So I go Collins 1, Curl 2, Swearinger 3, and Landry 4. LaRon Landry had a chance to be really good. If Sean Taylor doesn't pass away, LaRon Landry would have been here for a very long time as a very good football player in this league. His biggest problem was when Sean Taylor passed away, they tried to make him into Sean Taylor. They wanted him to be a free safety. He wasn't. He was too tight. He's too muscle bound to be a free safety. He was supposed to be Cam Chancellor before Cam Chancellor. And that didn't get to happen when Sean Taylor was out of the equation. So Collins 1, Curl 2, Swearinger 3, Landry 4 would be my order. Thank you for the super chat, Justin Menish. Anthony Shannon, thank you for the super chat. Double up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Anthony Shannon, who writes, shout out the little bronze guys. So nobody's little in the Mob Squad. You're all big. But if you recall, one of the perks of the Mob Squad, silver and gold, are shout outs. So that's why I do that. But I told you, everybody in the Mob Squad is top notch. Love all of y'all. But that's why I do that. But shout out to all the bronze members. Since Anthony Shannon super chatted, shout out to all the bronze members out there that are members. If you're a member of the Mob Squad, stand up. You in the building. Period. End of discussion. Including you, Anthony Shannon, who is a bronze member. Thank you for your membership. Greatly appreciate you. All right. Got a super chat here from DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, I'm going to keep it funky. For me, I can support and show love to you. For me personally, group joining and etc. I fall back, fam. I'm with the main squad. Jesus, I have no attachment to any other. It's all love. It's all good, bro. I told y'all from the jump. I'm not going to treat you any differently than I've been treating you before this. So I'm not going to feel any type of way if you don't join the Mob Squad. And you won't tell any difference in how I was treating you before and after people have joined. It's all love, period. End of discussion. You don't have to explain yourself at all. And trust me, You contribute a ton on these live streams every single week. You don't need to justify or explain anything to anybody. Period. The only person you need to do that to is God. And I'm definitely not him. So you don't need to explain anything to me, bro. I appreciate you. Know that. Greatly appreciate you. So thank you for all of the support, all of the participation. You're one of the guys that keeps the conversation going every week on these streams. And so, yeah, I really do appreciate you. And I appreciate your viewership. All of y'all. So thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Got another super chat, but I also have a new member. And it is Nicholas Gregory. Thank you for the membership, Nicholas Gregory. Greatly appreciate you. And welcome to the mob. Stand up, Nicholas Gregory. You are officially in the building and a member of Mob Squad. Really do appreciate you, Gregory. All right. Miggy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Miggy, who writes, we need to trade Sheriff for at least a second and release Collins next year. More cap, and that second rounder should be a starter. So you're thinking big picture. You're thinking long term. Ron is thinking, because if that was the case, you just let Sheriff walk in free agency this year. You don't spend the money on him this year, and you take those resources, you reallocate them elsewhere. That's not how they. Now, if we stink and we get to the trade deadline and this is going nowhere fast, and somebody's in desperate need of offensive line help, sure, you trade Sheriff. But here's the problem. Sheriff isn't under contract next year, so you've got to be certain you can work out a long-term deal with Sheriff, and the man is coming off of 2 straight franchise tags, so you aren't sure as another team that this is the guy you're going to be able to negotiate with. Trade value significantly declines when players don't have additional years left on their contracts when you trade them, because nobody wants a half of year rental only to have that guy leave and you just gave up a second round pick, or you have to franchise tag him. And I think that franchise tagging, I don't know if that transfer is over. That's a really good question. I'd have to ask someone. If you franchise tag a guy twice and then you trade him, can that next team franchise tag him? I mean, more likely than not, if that team traded for him, they're thinking long term. They're going to sign this guy to a long term deal. But still, I think that's a really, really fascinating question. I've never seen that done before. But anyway, long story short, teams don't want to trade for a guy that doesn't have another year on their contract. Generally, when you see trades in season take place with players, most times, not all the time, but most of the time, that guy has another year or 2 left on his deal, which is why I wanted to trade Kerrigan, not last year, but the year before, when we stunk and teams like the Colts and the Ravens were interested. He still had another year left on his deal. So in theory, there was value there. We decided, no, we want him to break our, franchise sack mark. Okay, cool. Could have got a 4th or a 5th for him, though. Anyway, I digress. They're not going to trade Sheriff. I don't think that's going to happen because, again, it takes 2 to tango. You could want to trade Sheriff. Somebody else has got to want Sheriff and want to give you a second-round pick for Brandon Sheriff in, late October, early November. Highly unlikely. And as far as Landon Collins is concerned, if he plays really well, like we think he's going to play well this year, he looks like Landon Collins of old, maybe even better. Why would you want to cut him if he has a big-time year this year? Why? Just so you can save some cap? The name of the game is having good football players. He's already under contract. Why would you cut him? That doesn't make any sense. If he's really good, you want to keep him. You want to keep trying to win with Landon Collins on your defense. You don't have to cut him. If he's not playing up to par, then yeah, you can get out of the Landon Collins business. We're not there yet, though. We're not there yet. Thank you for the super chat, Miggy. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, Justin Menish. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you, Justin Menish, who writes, rare super chat from a broke college student lurker, but thanks for all you do for the community. Your show got us through many tough years here. Here's to Ron's plan. First of all, that's a classic line right there. Rare super chat from a broke college student lurker. I love that part of the super chat. That's awesome. And I really do appreciate you watching the show, continuing to support. And I can't begin to tell you how much, your contributions mean to the Louie T Network. I tell you guys that all the time. I don't think you guys understand that. Like, this is my living. This is how I feed my family. Okay. And a lot of times what I don't use to pay bills, I pour back into this channel. When you see banners and you see this and you see that, that's because you guys have helped me do all of this. So again, when you say a rare super chat from a broke college lurker, that hits home for me, because that means a lot, because you're pretty much saying, I don't have this to give to begin with, but I've been so fortunate to be able to watch for this long, and you've helped, through college and whatever the case may be, that I feel like I need to reach out and support. And here's my donation. And I can't thank you guys enough. I really cannot. So thank you so much, Justin Menish, for the super chat. And as a fellow lurker, I know how hard it can be sometimes to come from out of the shadows. You know what I mean? So I really do appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the super chat. And cheers to Ron's plan. Ron's plan. Thank you for that super chat. Got a super chat from my guy, Gunny Man. Thank you for being a gold member of the Mob Squad, Gunny Man. Thank you for your membership and your super chat, who writes, people, can we enjoy this season and not worry about who we can or can't sign next year or in 2 years? I'm there with you, man. I told you, I just want to enjoy the ride. I'm going to answer the questions they ask. I'm going to answer them. But I really would like to focus on, what we have now. But you can't ignore that. It's a part of when you look at this team, you've got macro and then you've got micro. And so the macro is the large picture. It's you step back from in focus and you want to look at everything on a larger scale. You go macro, you shrink it, you focus in week to week, year, you focus in on the year, and you don't want to talk about next year or off season or this, that, and the third. Most fans take a macro approach. They want to talk about next year's draft. They want to talk about getting a quarterback. They want to talk about free agents, pending free agents. They want to talk about all this stuff. So people are going to want to talk about keeping this D-line intact. They want to talk about how can we afford Terry, this guy, and this guy. And it's inevitable. Excuse me. And I don't mind having those discussions. But the Montez Sweat one is a soft spot for me, because I know more likely than not, he is going to probably be gone. And I've started to wrap my brain around that, but I don't want to focus on that. I just want to enjoy this tandem while we have them. That's what I want to do. And once that bridge gets here, we'll cross it begrudgingly, but we'll cross it. But right now, Let's just enjoy the ride. A wise woman once told me, all good things must come to an end. It's a shame, but all good things must come to an end. And I know eventually this too will have to come to an end. But until we get there, let's just enjoy the ride. So I'm with you, Gunny, man. Thank you for the super chat. Got a super chat here from Miggy. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Miggy. Greatly appreciate you. Miggy writes, Ioannidis would conjure up some draft capital too. You probably could trade him for something, but why? Again, why are you trying to blow up the team before we see what they're capable of doing? We don't know what this year is going to bring. We have no idea what Ryan Fitzpatrick is going to do. We have no idea if Taylor Heineke gets in, what he's going to do. We don't know what this team is going to be. Can't start shipping off vital parts of it before you find out how good you are. You got to at least find out what this team is all about, right? So I don't think trading Ioannidis is a good idea. And I'm still dying to see what he does because we still haven't really seen what Ioannidis looks like with this defensive line with Young and Sweat. Still don't even know what that looks like on third downs when he is probably your best interior pass rusher. We still don't know what that looks like. So thank you for the super chat, Miggy. Got another membership. And it's from SOL's Nation. Thank you for the membership, SOL's Nation. And welcome to the MOBB as a gold member, my guy, SOL's Nation. Welcome to the MOBB Stand Up. You are officially in the building as a gold member of the mob. Y'all welcome, SOL's Nation and my man, Nicholas Gregory. Y'all go ahead and welcome them to the mob. Thank you for that. And let's see. Got one here from Anthony Shannon. Thank you for the super chat, Anthony Shannon. Greatly appreciate you. Think this is your third super chat of the night, so appreciate you tripling up. Who writes, in my eyes, so far, Montez has played better overall than Chase. I'm just saying. Well, yeah, I mean, that should be expected. Montez Sweat has a year of experience over. Just think about what Montez Sweat looked like in his rookie season. Remember that? Remember there were a lot of you out there that were concerned about Montez Sweat. He didn't get his first sack till like week 8 or 9 of his rookie season. There were a lot of you that were concerned, and he came on like gangbusters towards the end of his rookie campaign. And then the light bulb started to come on in year 2. And now this guy is so confident in year 3 that he's screaming at his teammates at practice every day as he's kicking their ass. Like, he was outstanding last year. I've already said that. And I thought he was the best defensive player on the team last year. I've said that. But Chase Young was a rookie, and that's what you expected. And you forget, remember, we were all holding our collective breaths last year when Chase Young got injured in practice and had to leave practice and then missed the next practice or two with a hip injury that we didn't know at the time, but ultimately lingered the entire season. He was never healthy. Then he hurt his groin, I want to say, against the Browns, and he was dealing with that. And he only missed, if I'm mistaken, 1 game. And it was the Ravens game? I feel like he didn't play against the Rams either. I feel like he missed pretty much all of the Browns game. The Ravens game was week 4, and I feel like he missed the Rams game too. He might have been back for that. I feel like he missed that game as well. He might have been back for that game. Either way, I said all of that to say this. He wasn't healthy all season last year, and he was a rookie. So there are growing pains that come with that. Montez Sweat was in his second year and a lot more comfortable than he was as a rookie. So you would expect a second-year guy to be ahead of a rookie. That said, now let's see what kind of sophomore leap we get from Chase Young. And if there is a junior season leap for Montez Sweat, what does that look like? But last year, Tez was definitely better than Chase. I concur. And I've said that multiple times. That doesn't mean I think that Montez Sweat is the better player of the two. Overall, I think that Chase has the higher upside. But Montez Sweat right now, he's dialed in, man. That's why I love it. You got two dudes that we're arguing who's better. And both are studs. So you got to feel good about that. So thank you for the super chat, Anthony, Shannon. Let's see. Got another super chat. This is from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, let me be clear. No hate towards others who did join. Keep joining and supporting Lou and his vibe and wave. It's all love and prayers and blessings to all of you. Yeah. And like I said, and I know you had already super chatted this before I had said what I said, but I'll reiterate it. Yeah. Nobody feels any type of way about what you said or how you feel. You're good. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to over explain yourself. You're good. Keep doing what you've been doing. Keep being who you are, and everything will take care of itself. It's all love here. Everybody here is all love. Trust me when I say that. You're good. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Cody Primo. Thank you for the super chat, Cody Primo. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Cody Primo, writes, who do you think has the most interceptions and how many this year? We've had this conversation before. Kendall Fuller is my answer. He was our interceptions leader, I believe, last year. I think he's going to be our interceptions leader again this year. He just seems to always be Johnny on the spot, right place, right time, overthrow. Kendall Fuller's there. A batted ball, Kendall Fuller's there. And now he's back in the slot where I know he's capable of making plays. I think he's going to have some interceptions tossed his way. Kendall Fuller, and I think that number is 6 this season. So thank you for the super chat, Cody Primo. Gunny Man, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man, writes, did you hear Tannenbaum say Heineke is a very good quarterback who could start in this league and would start in Houston? No, I did not hear Mike Tannenbaum say that. It's hard for me to hear somebody say that Taylor Heineke is a very good quarterback based off of 1.5 games in Washington, because you really can't go off of his Carolina performances because there really weren't any in Carolina. You essentially are basing that off of one postseason game. Now, everybody got to watch, and he was very impressive, but I think that first half of the statement, I don't know about that. That the jury's still out on that. We'd like to find out about that, but then again, we wouldn't, because that would mean Fitzpatrick, either got injured or isn't playing well. But who could start in this league and would start in Houston, those are facts. I think Taylor Heineke could start. Now, right now, I would put him in at the bottom, portion of the starters in the league. I would not put him, in the top half of the league, but he could probably start on 5 or 6 teams in the league this year. Like, if you would have stuck him in, Chicago instead of, if Taylor Heineke wasn't re-signed here and instead the Bears decided to sign him over Andy Dalton, he could have started in Chicago. If he would have been in Houston, I think that's a great, place, because I think he would be, you would have more hope as a Houston Texans fan with him under center than with Tyrod Taylor. You might win more games with Tyrod Taylor, but you don't think the future is bright with Tyrod Taylor. You know what he is as a quarterback in this league. Whereas with Taylor Heineke, you're like, hey, we might have some shit here. We might go from one number 4 to the new number 4, even though he wouldn't be wearing 4 in Houston right now. But still, you know what I'm saying. So I like the fact that he feels that way, but there's really no validity to that right now. We can't confirm nor deny that he's a good quarterback in this league. We think he's got all the tools to be that. I already said if Fitzpatrick went down and Heineke had to go in, I'd feel just as confident, if not more confident, in his abilities than that of Ryan Fitzpatrick. Same could be said for Kyle Allen. If Heineke went down and Kyle Allen had to get in there, I'd still feel really good. Like, it's a weird position to be in, but that's where we are with our quarterbacks. And I do think Heineke could start in Houston. I do feel that way. So thank you for that super chat, Gunny Man, who also super chats yet again here. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Milne, AGGN, Humphreys, Carter out. I don't know why you want to keep pushing Humphreys. You've been pushing Humphreys out the door for a very long time, and you're not alone. There are other people that don't think Adam Humphreys is making his team. What would give you the indication that Adam Humphreys is even remotely close to not making his football team? I don't understand that. He is by far and away a lock on this roster. Not fringe guy, not in the discussion. He is a lock on this roster. It's Adam Humphreys. So, not happening. And I understand that you're replacing Humphreys with Milne. Not this year. Maybe next year. Same thing I said about J.D. McKissick and Jarrett Patterson. Not this year. Maybe next year. Same thing there. Not this year. Maybe next year. Thank you for the super chat, Gunny Man. Got a brand new member, and it is Gregory Marston. Thank you for the super chat and becoming a gold member of the Mob Squad. Gregory Marston, stand up. You are officially in the building as a gold member of the Mob Squad. Mob, squad up and show my man Gregory Marston some love and welcome him as the newest member of the MOBB. Thank you for your membership, Gregory Marston. Let's see where we left off. I think it was Hype Dude that was next in line here. Hype Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Hype Dude, writes, Chargers starters not in preseason earned them the L. I'm hoping that's the case. I've already spewed enough hate of the Chargers handling of the preseason, so not going to continue to do that because, again, in the grand scheme of things, they're going to do what they want to do. It's not going to derail their season. It's just one game. If they come out flat and sluggish, that's to our benefit. We need to take advantage of it. I'm hoping that's the case. You don't play your starting quarterback and you don't play some of your defensive starters and you don't play any of your offensive starters, really. You deserve to come out sluggish, out of sync, and get your ass handed to you. But more likely than not, they're going to come out fresh, just like Washington is, and they're going to come out and we're going to make mistakes. They're going to make mistakes. It's the first week of the season, and it's going to be a close ball game. That's more likely what's going to happen. But I would love nothing more than to have them be out of rhythm and sync because they didn't play in any preseason games. And their young quarterback who is in his second season, who hasn't taken a single preseason snap, comes out and makes some mistakes because he hasn't been in a live game situation this entire offseason. And we were the beneficiaries of that. I would love nothing more for that than for that to take place. But the likelihood is this is a game that comes down to one or two possessions down the stretch. That's more likely than not the case. So we'll see. I've already said my piece on that, though. I think that they may ultimately regret their decision, but there's only one way to find out. We'll see if that happens or not. Thank you for the super chat, Hype Dude. Greatly appreciate you. Joseph's Journey. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joseph's Journey, who writes, Fitz, Heineke, or Allen, we can win with any of them. I feel the same way. That's why I said I don't think you can win big with those quarterbacks, any of them. But I think you can win. You could win this division. You could win a playoff game with any of them. So, and who knows? One of them gets hot enough. Maybe you could win big with one of them. But that's the thing is, what other team in the league can you think of that feels that good about starters 1 through 3 at the quarterback position? That's why I feel good about our situation. Excuse me. Thank you for the super chat, Joseph's Journey. Gregory Marston, newest member of the Mob Squad. Thank you for your membership. Gold member writes, do you think first of all, double up, thank you for doubling up, Gregory Marston. Gregory Gold member Marston. Do you think we make the play in the draft for a quarterback in the first round in 2022? Do we trade up for that? Depends on Heineke's play this season. So these are all questions, by the way. I don't think I said them in the form of a question, but they're questions. So do you think we make a play for a quarterback in the first round of the 2022 NFL draft? I do think that they're going to be more aggressive this offseason. Does that actually mean going after a quarterback in the draft? It could. I think it starts with them being aggressive in free agency. You know, and I don't think Aaron Rodgers is coming here, but if an Aaron Rodgers or someone like that, remember last offseason, we didn't expect at one point or another for, rumors to be that Aaron Rodgers, Deshaun Watson, and Russell Wilson to all be available. We didn't know Matthew Stafford would be put on the trade block this time last year. So we don't know what's going to happen next year in the offseason. So I think they start their aggression there if there's a veteran that they really like. But I do think if they don't find anything to their liking in free agency, then they turn their attention to the draft. But again, they have to love one of those quarterbacks. They're not going to just go and get a guy for the sake of saying, well, we need a young guy at the quarterback position. No, they got to love one of these quarterbacks. If they don't love any of them, then no, I don't. But I right now, I do think the aggression will be more so than anywhere else in the draft. They want to find their quarterback of the future. So, yeah. Do we trade up for that if we have to? Yeah. I mean, they don't plan on being 5-12 this year to put them in a position to just grab a guy. The thought process is they want to be, 10-7, 11-6, if at all possible, make the postseason. And then, if you got to trade up for a quarterback, you do that. Absolutely. Depends on Heineke's play this season. He's got to get in there first. Can't talk about Heineke's play if he doesn't play, right? So we all assume, and this is not a great assumption to make, but a lot of us assume Heineke's going to play this year because we can't envision Ryan Fitzpatrick going 17 weeks straight or, 18 out of 17 weeks or 17 out of 18 weeks. But he could play all 17 games, could Ryan Fitzpatrick? Who knows? So Heineke has to get on the field. I don't think Heineke is going to stop them, and I've said this already, from drafting a quarterback. I don't think they view Taylor Heineke as the answer. And the reason I continue to say that is because if they did, they would have given him a chance to be the starter this year. They didn't have to go out and sign Ryan Fitzpatrick. They knew Kyle Allen was going to mend. They could have kept Kyle Allen. They could have re-signed Taylor Heineke just as they did. And they could have went into the season with those two, even though both of them got injured last year at some point. And you really are, pushing it. But you could have went into the season with them and say, hey, we still got Steven Montez on the roster. He'll be our third emergency quarterback, which you really don't want to do. But theoretically speaking, you could have went in that direction. Or you could have even said, we'll pay Mitchell Trubisky, $2.5 million to come here and compete, and then ultimately have him be your second or third quarterback. $2.5 million? for Mitchell Trubisky? Why the hell not? And could have had Taylor Heineke be your starter. Why not? So they could have done that. They didn't. So that tells me that they don't really look at Taylor Heineke as the answer, more so of a guy that they really think has the potential to be a tremendous top rate backup in this league. So thank you for the super chat, Gregory Marston. Have a new member here, and it is Daily Grind. Thank you for your membership, Daily Grind, who has become a gold member. Thank you for your membership, Daily Grind. Stand up, Daily Grind. You, my friend, are officially in the building as a gold member of the MOBB. MOBB, open your arms wide and give Daily Grind a massive hug. Thank you for your membership, Daily Grind, and welcome to the mob. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Right here. Gunny Man, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gunny Man, writes, I agree. If we're not paying schedule 20 plus, they need to shop him for first up until the deadline. Tired of seeing assets walk for free. I'm assuming that the autocorrect monster got you, and that was supposed to be Sheriff. So he says, I agree. If we're not paying Sheriff 20 plus, they need to shop him for first up until the deadline. Tired of seeing assets walk for free. Again, if we're in the midst of a really solid season, are you really looking to trade? Now, I will say they've stockpiled guards. And if someone offers you a first or even a second for Sheriff, even if you're good, wouldn't you take that? Knowing that you're not going to re-sign him? If you don't think you're going to re-sign him, wouldn't you take that? Because you could just slide Wes Schweitzer in there, right? That's the thought process. Or Sadiq Charles in there, right? That's interesting. But again, it takes two to tango. Someone's got to be desperate enough. Someone's got to view Brandon Sheriff as that much of a difference maker that they're going to part ways with a second round pick, and they're going to pay him a handsome amount of money when they get him. You're asking a lot of a position that teams have been very remorseful in their spending on. How many teams have we seen have buyer's remorse after they paid a guard a ton of money and then realize, shit, we paid how much for that guard? Hey, man, we need you to take a pay cut. No? All right, we got to cut you. We've seen that happen at least 3 or 4 times this offseason. Now, again, this was a unique offseason where the cap dipped, but still. I hear you guys about wanting to try to, flip Sheriff or something, but more likely than not, he's not going anywhere. Not like this, at least. It'd probably be in the offseason. And you'll probably have to settle for a third-round compensatory pick. Sorry. That's just how it goes. Thank you guys for the super chat. Or thank you, Gunny Man, for the super chat. Anthony Shannon, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My man, AS, writes, remember when you said Josh Rosen was your number 1 QB in the draft? Won't hold it against you, though. I never said that. You got to go find the tape and run that back. I wasn't the biggest Josh Rosen fan. He had some skills, but Josh Rosen, he was in the same draft with Josh. That wasn't the same draft as Josh Allen and all those guys. I think you got the wrong Josh, man. Josh Allen was my number one quarterback. Rosen was in that same draft with Allen and Mayfield and Jackson and Darnold. And Rosen was taken 4th by Arizona. They traded up to 10. He was the 4th quarterback taken in that draft. And then Lamar Jackson was the 5th taken in the 1st round by Baltimore. You got the wrong Josh, man. I never said that. Josh Allen was my number one quarterback that year. Thank you for the super chat, Anthony Sherman. Anthony Shannon. Jason Fios. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jason Fios writes, what up, Lou? What up, Jason? Squad up. Ron's plan. Indeed. Thank you for the super chat. Jason Fios, stand up. We're in a building. That's right. Got a super chat here from DCJ. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Greatly appreciate you as always. My guy DCJ writes, don't know if you expressed the jab by Haskins. For me, Ron or Jay and Washington football team as a whole, it was a petty and childish comment. Like we all have said, play ball, stop talking, hope he works in Pittsburgh. I didn't see it. I don't even know what was said. I've heard people mention it, but we know his time here wasn't pleasant. He was never wanted from the beginning. And so he's probably got a little bit of animus inside of him at the organization. And that's fine. You know, the bottom line is you're not here because you didn't play well and you didn't do the things necessary that franchise QBs are expected to do. That's why you're not here. So he can be upset at whoever he wants, but until he starts to learn to look in the mirror and start pointing the thumb and not the finger, he's going to have a lot of problems, not just in football, but in life. So I don't know what was said, though, so I can't comment on it. But I've heard people say that he was taking a shot at the organization or Jay or Ron, and they no one was actually specific. It was probably a vague shot, whatever. You know, I could care less. And just like you, I'm going to take the high road. I wish him nothing but the best in Pittsburgh or wherever he ends up playing. And I hope he has a really good NFL career. But it didn't work here for a number of reasons. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Gunny Man says, I know I contradicted my own statement. Thank you for the super chat, first and foremost. Greatly appreciate you, Gunny Man. How did you contradict your own statement? What did you say before and then kind of talk out the other side of your mouth? I missed that one. I didn't catch it. So you'd have to enlighten me on that one. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Chauncey Davis. My guy, Chauncey, writes, Lou, changing gears for a second. Thank God for granddaughters. They set me up as a gold member to the Mob Squad. What does the loyalty badge mean? Okay. Well, big shout outs to the granddaughters, okay, first and foremost, for allowing you to be a member of the mob. Technology can be a sumbitch, I know. So thank you to your granddaughters. Big shout out to them. Secondly, Chauncey, thank you for your membership and being a gold member. And lastly, the gold member badge pretty much gets you a slew of things. I've done a video on it, but I think I still have that around here somewhere real quick. So the gold gets you everything up here, pretty much. So the badges, the emojis, the live chats, chat rooms, giveaways, the shout outs, the weekly vid, studs and duds, discounted merch, members only live stream, Squad Up, which is a once a month, gold member only live stream that we'll do. And then the rookie wall, you'll get that as well. So the badges in particular, and I think that's what you were asking about more so than anything else. Those are different things that you earn over time. So the longer you've been a member, you earn a new badge, and then you get custom emojis that you can use. I'm going to make them bigger so you can actually see them, and I'm going to add, more to the mix. But the badges are essentially how long you've been a member. So the longer you've been a member, you gain another letter. So you come in at an entry level. It doesn't matter what, gold, silver, bronze, you're just a member of the mob. And as you've been a member for a longer period of time, you gain the S, then you gain the Q, then you gain the U, the A, and then finally the D, and then you become Mob Squad certified. That badge turns from burgundy to gold, and then you get the seal and the stamp of approval of certified, and then you're in there, man. So we'll see. We'll see. But thank you for the super chat, Chauncey Davis. Chauncey Davis. Yes, Chauncey Davis. I was thinking of Stephen Davis in my head. I'm going back in time too much, man. So yeah, thank you for the super chat, Chauncey Davis. And once again, shout out to your granddaughters. My guy, CPJ, Carlton, Pagano, Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you as always. My guy, CPJ, always holding it down, who writes, and also a gold member. This content brings the best out of our community. Great conversations in the chats and good vibes. Hail to the mob. Salute to everyone. And at the end of the day, that's the core of what this is supposed to be. Is creating a community in an environment where we can all have fun conversations. You see someone that you see in these comments all the time, and you establish a relationship with that person. You know what I mean? So when you see that name, you go, oh yeah, I know him. Even if you see that person in another comment, in someone else's video, and you just happen to be there, you're like, oh, what you doing over here? It's just like being in a community, and you guys attend events and you see each other, you know each other, you become friends, and then you go somewhere and you see that person somewhere else. You immediately get excited because, oh, I know that person, and then so you spark up a conversation. That's kind of what we're looking to do here, man. It's just foster that environment of love and fun, you know what I mean? But also, we all share a common interest and love for the Washington football team. So we can all kind of share that excitement, disappointment, whatever the emotion may be that this team evokes out of us. We can all share that together. For years, we've been commiserating in misery together. You know what I mean? So it's going to make that time when we finally get to the top of the mountain that much sweeter, because we've been here, for years, wallowing and suffering in our own pity and misery. Feel like we're starting to turn the corner a bit, but it's just 1 year of Ron's plan. That's it. So we still got a long ways to go, but it feels good. It feels good. Yeah. It feels good. Thank you for the super chat, CPJ. Greatly appreciate you. And I love the fact that you guys can have outstanding conversations in the comment section as well. Let's see. I think we got another new member, and we do. Got a brand new member here, and it is Corey Fitterman. Thank you for becoming a brand new member of the Mob Squad, Corey Fitterman. Stand up. My guy, Corey Fitterman, is a silver member of the Mob Squad and definitely in the building. Mob, open your arms. and show some love to the newest member, Corey Fitterman. Thank you for your membership and welcome aboard the MOBB, Corey. So back to the comment section we go. And I think we find ourselves here. And the next super chat is here with Chauncey Davis. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Chauncey Davis. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Chauncey writes, "Hey Lou, what up, Chauncey?" Says the excitement is back. It is. I can't lie. I can't remember the last time I was this excited about 3 preseason games and looking forward to the season like this. It is back, but will it stay that way if this season isn't what some people expect? I think there are a lot of people out there that are intrigued. Their interest has been piqued by Ron and company. They're not fully back yet. What happens if this is an 8-9 season? That's a disappointment in a lot of people's minds. Because I've got people that said after the first preseason game, I'm reading the comment section and they're like, I've seen enough. Anything less than 11 wins, and this is a disappointing season. I said, I had to stop myself from laughing by going, obviously it didn't work. I'm like, so you gathered all of that from essentially a quarter of work from the starters. Okay. Cool beans. And it's comments like that that let me know we're a long way from galvanizing this entire fan base, because if you think we're winning 10, 11 games, more likely than not, you're going to be disappointed. Now, I'm not saying with 100% certainty. This isn't like 2019 when I was definitively telling you guys in the offseason, we're going to stink this year. We're a 6-win team at best in 2019, and we end up being 3-13. I'm telling you guys that this team has a chance to win double-digit games, but more likely than not, they'll be on the fringe of that. 8 wins, 9 wins, somewhere in there. And that's an improvement from last year winning 7 games. The win percentage at 8 or 9 is better than the last year's percentage at 7 and 9. So it's an improvement, and it's a step in the right direction. Is it a big enough step for some of you? Maybe, maybe not. But the excitement being back could be temporary for some. It'll be interesting to see what happens as this season progresses, because I know certain guys in this fan base, and you know who you are. You know who I'm talking to. That as soon as shit starts to go sideways, oh my God, fire this guy, get rid of this guy. And the conversation then shifts from what is Heineke doing? What is Sammy Reyes doing? To who can we get in the 2022 NFL draft? Then the conversation shifts. It did it last year really quickly when I was telling everybody, hold on, it's not over. This team is not as bad as you think. When people were talking top 3 and top 5 pick, I was like, no. Now, I'm not going to sit here and act like there wasn't a moment when I thought this shit is over, because it was when Kyle Allen got hurt. No way that Alex Smith, after what I've seen from him, is going to do what we need him to do. I was wrong about that. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, he says, regardless of the front office decisions and on the field decisions, we are legit as a team again. It feels that way. We're going to see if it is that way or not. This is, I'm so glad we're playing the schedule that we're playing this year. We're going to find out if we as a team are legit. You can't fake it against the Chiefs, the Packers, the Bills, the Seahawks. Can't fake it. The Bucks. You can't fake it against those teams. You could fake the funk against the Falcons and the Raiders, and the Broncos. Yeah, you can get by against Carolina, some of these teams on the schedule. Yeah, you can fake the funk against them and look good doing it. And we're going to find out where you are when you play the Bills and the Chiefs, the Packers, and the Bucks, and the Seahawks on a Monday night. We're going to find out how good you are, how legit this team is. You get your doors blown off against those teams. This is no different than 2018. House of cards. And I get it, that defense wasn't any good. But it was the same deal. When we played inferior teams, that defense didn't look that bad. We didn't give up a whole bunch of points. We won football games. But when we played teams that could score the ball, we were giving up 500 and some odd yards of offense, and they were rolling up 30, 40 points on us every time. Last year, when we ran into offenses that could move the football, they rolled up points and yards against us. The NFC wildcard game against Tampa Bay, a great example. Dominant defenses don't give up 500 yards of total offense. They don't. And a lot of you like to use the excuse and the crutch of, well, the offense was leaving the defense out to dry and they were going 3-0. We weren't doing that night. Taylor Heineke and this offense, they weren't constantly going 3-and-out that night. They weren't great in the game, but Heineke gave us a chance in that game. The offense wasn't just putrid like it had been. The defense just wasn't good that night. And when you have a great defense, there are no off nights. You'll have days when you don't have your fastball, but you're not giving up 9 runs or 6 runs in 1 1/3 innings either. I can tell you right now, to make it we want to make a baseball analogy. What's the Mets pitcher right now? Oh, shucks. I always want to call him Noah Syndergaard, but it's not that one. It's the other one. I'm going to find his name out right now. DeGrom. Jacob DeGrom. At one point, Jacob DeGrom hadn't given up a first inning run till my Braves got to him in the first inning. Hadn't given up multiple runs in any innings that season until my Braves got to him in the first inning. When you're a great pitcher, you don't have days where you give up 6 runs in 3 innings of work or inning and a third of work because you're a great pitcher. That doesn't happen. You don't have off days like that. Yeah, you might have a day where you're not getting the call on the black, or your fastball maybe doesn't have the movement that it usually has, or the sinker isn't sinking quite as much, but you're still that dude. And you still find a way to go 6 2/3 of 5-hit ball. And yeah, you gave up 2 earned runs, but that's a quality start. Shit, that's a hell of a start. You go seven innings essentially, and you only give up 2 runs. Most teams will take that in a heartbeat. It's a quality start. That's what you should get out of your defense if they're elite. That wasn't the case last year. And some of y'all want to just make this defense elite this year. We're gonna find out how legit this team is, because we got deep offenses that are gonna push the envelope. And if we show up and play like we did against Tampa in the playoffs last year, we're going to get 500 total yards of offense hung on our heads multiple times this year, and we'll give up 30 plus multiple times this year, and we'll lose games in ugly fashion, something that we really didn't do very often last year, numerous times this year. Because you can go to Green Bay and get embarrassed real quick. Tom Brady already showed us he can roll up 500 yards of total offense against us. If Keyshawn Vaughn doesn't fumble in that game when they were going for more points, oh, that game isn't even close. We were on the ropes, rope-a-dope style. Referee was standing there ready to put his hand in and wave his arms and call the fight off. And then Keyshawn Vaughn rung the damn bell and sent us to our stool, and we got to our damn trainer, and he squirted water on our face, smacked us a couple of times, and said, hey, he's gonna stop the fight if your ass don't get up and start doing something and showing some life. And that's when Keyshawn Vaughn said, I'm gonna throw you a life raft because you're drowning over there. We didn't do anything. Keyshawn Vaughn gave us a gift. We're gonna have to play better against good teams. But to your point, the excitement is back. I question how long with some of these fans, because I don't think everybody is as loyal as most of us. And how legit of a team are we? We're going to find out this year, because the schedule demands that if we're legit, we're going to have to show it. If we're not, if we're fraudulent, this schedule will definitely put us out on Front Street and embarrass us. Thank you for the super chat, Chauncey Davis. Gregory Marston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Tripling up, my guy Gregory Marston writes, how do Fitzpatrick and Heineke play? How did they play? How much do they play this last game? I think that between the two of them, depending on the effectiveness, I don't know if we get out of the first half with those two still in the game. If Fitz goes in and they have a great opening drive, that's it for them. And if Heineke comes and follows that up with another successful drive or two, I think Heineke's going to get about 2 possessions. That could be, halfway through the second, and you could see Kyle Allen from pretty much that point until maybe the fourth, and then they'll let Steven Montez finish up the game. So I don't think you're going to see a lot of those guys, especially Fitzpatrick. You won't see a lot of him at all. Heineke, you might see a little bit more of him, but that pair doesn't play in the second half, period. I can tell you that right now. Thank you for the super chat, Gregory Marston. Gunny Man, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, mark your calendar, 9/24, Lake Taylor versus and Amore High School, both ranked top 25 in VA. Huh. Really? I don't know who MHS is, unless you're talking about Maury. That's my guess. Are they really ranked that high? Maury? I don't follow the high school circuit like I once did. But it's interesting. And LT, they're a football factory now. Old Hank has got those boys playing top-notch ball every year. So I digress. Prince Charming, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Prince Charming writes, do you think we can catch the Giants in week 2 since they really haven't played their starters as well? You may be able to, but I really look at the not playing your starters as a week 1 issue. If you don't play your guys in the preseason, they could come out flat in that first game. I don't really see it bleeding over to the second game, but since the second game for them is a quick turnaround, it could, but I look at that as more of a week 1 type of deal. I don't see it really lingering much longer than that, but I think you could catch the Giants because they haven't played in game situations in the preseason, ironed out some wrinkles and, take care of some mistakes that may crop up in week 1. You still might catch them reeling in week 2. and they might not snap out of it until week 3. And I love the fact that they're getting a absolutely nasty, ferocious defense in week 1 in the Denver Broncos on the road. They could easily get their asses mollywopped in week 1 and come off of that shit reeling in the FedEx, stumbling and bumbling and ready for an ass whooping. That could really happen. I'm so glad that they didn't loft them up a cupcake week 1, and give them an opportunity to get off the schneid. They said, nah, go to Denver. Week 1, Teddy Bridgewater's the quarterback there. Von Miller and company will be back in the saddle ready to go. Go get you some of that at Mile High. I like it. I like it a lot. So I like it. I like our chances in week 2. I really do. Thank you for the super chat, Prince Charming. Daily Grind. Thank you for the super chat and becoming a member, a gold member of the Mob Squad Daily Grind. Writes, Matt Ioannidis better than Payne. Payne stays healthy, but Greek Freak a bull. Who would you rather keep? Cheaper of the two. Ioannidis is definitely the cheaper of the two. But I mean, I really like Payne. You guys know I wasn't the biggest fan of drafting Payne when we did. But that said, Payne is a really good football player, super talented. But I like Ioannidis a lot. I want to see what he looks like this year. And I would like, because I know what Payne is. I know that Payne's a dog against the run. And every now and again, he can get to the quarterback. I'm not sure Ioannidis is a dog against the run. Yeah, he's strong, but I'm not sure if he's a guy that's making plays inside against the run as consistently as Daron Payne is. But we know he can get to the quarterback. So it's all in what you value. I think Payne is the all-around better talent and player. I think Ioannidis is the better pass rusher. I love pass rushing, but I want the guy that's an all-around good football player, the guy that I can trust on first and second down just as much as I can on third down, and that's Payne. That said, Ioannidis is definitely the cheaper of the two. Let's see how old Matt Ioannidis is. He's got to be getting up there. I'm going to put him at 28 this year. Let's see where Matt Ioannidis is. 27. He'll be 28 in January. So he'll be 28 next year. Daron Payne, on the other hand, can't be. He's not even. I'm going to put him at no. He can't be 26. He's 25. Daron Payne is right now. Wouldn't be shocked if he's 24. 24. He just turned 24 in May. So you're talking about a 3-year age difference. Really, Ioannidis will be 4 years older than him come January. And then, so he's got him by maybe, what is it? 4 months. So essentially, it's 3 years older than Daron Payne. So what do you want? The younger player with more upside, going to cost you a little bit more, or the older veteran, not the better player, but has some value, can get to the quarterback, and going to cost you a lot less. That's really what it boils down to. I would like to keep Payne, but again, you can't keep everybody. But if you're not going to keep Montez Sweat, then you need to keep Payne. It's one or the other. It's not, you don't lose both of those guys. It's one or the other. It's Payne or Sweat. So we'll see. We'll see what they decide to do. I would personally like to keep the two ends. I feel like you can find a defensive tackle. You can find a D tackle. They're hard to, the D ends, the game changing ones. They're hard to find. That's why you have to pay them so much. So, anyway, thank you for the super chat, Daily Grind. Got a new member, Dwight Phillips. Thank you for your membership. And Dwight is a gold member. Thank you for your membership, Dwight Phillips. Stand up, Dwight. You are definitely in the building as a gold member of the MOBB Mob Squad. Mount up and show some love to the newest member of the mob, Dwight Phillips. Appreciate your membership, Dwight. Welcome to the Mob Squad. All right. And keep in mind, guys, all mob members, we will be watching this game on Saturday night. Together, we'll be chatting, and every now and again, if I'm able to, I'll give you guys a halftime report during these live chats. So we'll come on, and I'll have the live stream already up, and I'll jump in and talk about what we've seen in the first half, and kind of do a quick little recap and what to watch for in the second half, and keep it pushing. So, see where we left off at. We were here, so now we're here. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy DCJ writes, since the unfortunate unfolding of Larry M in the daily TV show, he says, you, Lou, a lot of the other YouTube folks keep things mad informative before and during and after. Well, Larry Michael was a homer, for lack of a better term. And that's cool if that's what you're looking for. That's not what I am. I love my team. I rep burgundy and gold. I told you I bleed burgundy and gold. These veins pump burgundy and gold blood. That said, when they F up, I'm going to tell you they F'd up. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to gloss over it. I'm not going to skip over it. I'm not going to try to make it somebody else's fault. That's not what we do here. And a lot of people want cheerleaders. This is the wrong channel for you, because that's not what I'm doing. So if that's what you're looking for, I'm sorry. I can't provide that for you. But if you want the reals, if you want real opinions, if you want real conversation, and I do my best to try to keep you guys abreast of everything that's going on, then this is the spot for you. But yeah, I couldn't stand Redskins Nation. It's a terrible show, if you ask me. The only time it was good is when they had like the newest offensive coordinator of the Washington football team, Scott Turner on the show. And that's your first time, having Scott Turner in a public forum. Want to hear from him. Haven't heard from him yet. That was the only time. That show was terrible, though. But to each his own. Thank you for the super chat, DCJ. Swale Nida. I had it right the first time. Swale Nida. Thank you for the super chat. It was Nida or Nida? I think it was Nida. I'm second guessing myself here. I know it's Swale. We already got that part right. Swale Nida. Sticking with my guns. Nida. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Swale Nida writes, hey, Lou. Sup, Swale? When all said and done, who goes on to have a better football career, Haskins or RG3? RG3's career is over. He's already in the broadcast booth. He's done. He won't get another chance in this league. So his book has already been written. Haskins still has a chance to write in his. This is the thing. Haskins doesn't have 2012. Robert Griffin III does. If Haskins never gets an opportunity to start in this league, he can't have what Robert Griffin III had in 2012. First of all, that was a rookie season and an epic one at that. One of the best we've seen in NFL history. But forget about that. If Haskins just has a playoff year, he takes his team to the playoffs, then we can start having a conversation. But until he's able to do that, even though Robert flamed out, he has 2012. He'll always have 2012. So I'll go with Robert Griffin III. Thank you for that super chat. Swale Nida. Let's see. Zulu Tribe 36. Thank you for the super chat. Zulu Tribe 36. Right. Just got off work. What up? No, I bet you didn't expect us to still be live, did you? I looked down and I didn't realize what time it was. But I digress. Good one. Good usage of the I digress. Can you imagine if Sean was in the backfield? I've done that multiple times throughout my, fandom as a Washington fan. What he would have been, and I hate the fact that we don't have a guy going into the Hall of Fame as a Washington football team member, and we don't have one in sight. Trent Williams, because of how things ended here, and he may play another 5 years with the 49ers, he'll go in as a 49er, similar to Champ Bailey. He won't go in as a Washington football team member. He won't claim us, which is fine. I don't care, because it didn't end well here. And I wish him nothing but the best. Love Trent Williams still. Sean would have gone in as a Washington football team member. He was going to be one of the best, if not the best, safety in NFL history. I feel really confident saying that. So I often think about what it would have been. Would we have been as bad had he still been alive? It's hard to think a safety could have that kind of impact, but he was that kind of player. I don't know. You look at the other teams around the division, and they're going to have Hall of Fame players here in a while, depending on, Jason Witten's going to go in as a Cowboy. He'll be a first ballot Hall of Famer when he's eligible. That should be in way. He just retired last year. So 4 years from now, Eli Manning started the clock last year. He'll be in the next 3 years. He'll be eligible. He'll probably get in first ballot. I don't know if there are any Eagles that'll get in, but they just had Brian Dawkins get in not too long ago, right? You'd like to think that they probably got one or two guys on their roster right now that maybe could get in, but we have nobody. Not one. We've been so bad for so long. It's ridiculous. The one claim to fame, one guy that everybody, what about Ryan Kerrick? He's not getting in the damn Hall of Fame. We got nothing. That sucks. Sick of that. And every time I think of that, I think of Sean, because he would have been the one. He would have been the guy. So, yeah. Anyway. Thank you for the super chat, Zulu Tribe. DCJ. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, DCJ, Right. I meant news and information wise. Oh, you're talking about, yeah. I mean, I knew what you were saying. I mean, some people found that show entertaining and I didn't. But I never went there for news and information. I only went there for interviews because when I watched, I found myself getting upset because, like I said, Larry Michael was as bad of a homer as I've ever seen for any team, and that's what he got paid to do. I'm not going to sit here and talk about him because he got paid to do that. That's what he did. But I got you, CPJ. Nita. I second guessed myself. It was Nita. Swale Nita. I got it. I'm disappointed in myself because I said it right the first time, then I second guessed myself, and I got it wrong. It's Nita. I got you. Won't happen again. Swale Nita. Damn it, man. I wanted to be right on that. Fat Boy V. Thank you for the super chat, Fat Boy V. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat Boy V, writes, Lou, what's up, man? What I miss? Not much, Fat Boy. I mean, only 4 hours of content. That's it. Not much. We just talking Washington football team ball. That's it, man. Says, finally caught up on your vids, man. Been too busy to catch you live. What's happening? People still hating on our guy Barber. You damn right they are. It's like a soap opera, man. You cannot watch for 3 whole months. Come back in, watch one episode, and you haven't missed a beat. So predictable. You're spot on, dude. Yeah, they're still hating on Barber, man. They're still trying to run him out of town. They're still talking about everything he ain't instead of talking about everything that he is. A wise man once told me, everything I ain't, it makes me everything I am. Let me say that again. Damn. Here we go again. People talking shit, but when the shit hit the fan, everything I ain't make me everything I am. That's what a wise man once told me. Everything y'all talk about Peyton Barber isn't makes him everything he is. No, he's not a speed demon. No, he's not, the best receiving back out of the backfield. No, he isn't gaining 6 yards per pop. You know what he is, though? A hell of a short yardage back and a hell of a special teams player and a hell of a third down back, a guy that can pass protect. And yes, he can catch the football, for those of you wondering. Is he the best at it? No. But we've seen a lot worse. Anyway, Fat Boy V is like you've never been gone, bro. You come back and within 2 seconds, you already threw one dart and hit the bullseye. Boop, right in the middle. Yeah, they still hating on our guy, Barber, man. One day, he'll get some respect. That day has not come yet. Thank you for the super chat, Fat Boy V. All right. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chauncey Davis, writes, Lou, don't be surprised if we lose a lot of loyalist fans. The first 5 weeks of the season, that's just the way it is. I still believe in Ron. We will lose. Why would I be surprised? This is what I expect if things don't go the way that they want them to. The first 5 games of the season is going to be tough. There's some winnable games in there for sure. But they're not going to be easy. And if we don't get off to the start that people want us to, yeah, you're going to see a lot of fans jump ship. Same Washington football team. That's what you're going to hear a lot of. And that's fine. I don't get bent out of shape about that stuff. And like I told you, and I've told you guys this before, and I tell you this all the time. When those fans come back, I'll be just like this. waiting with open arms. Come on back, man. No animus here. It's all love. Everyone doesn't have the stomach for this. And not everyone needs to have the stomach for this. Hell, some of us shouldn't have the stomach for it. You could argue we're the crazy ones for taking this abuse for as long as we have. But that's part of fandom. That's part of being a fan. Is you got to be there through the ups and the downs. And unfortunately for us, there have been a lot more downs than there have been ups. And the ups haven't been consistent at all. But all I can say is I'm excited. And whatever happens, I don't think that changes the fact that we should still be going down the path of Ron's plan. Period. Thank you for the super chat, Chauncey Davis. WGIL, Washington Football Fan W. Gill. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Lou, I thought our Hall of Famer would be Greg Stroman. Oh, good one. Good one. Greg Stroman. Greg Stro, man, turned out to be a no man. But you know what it is, man. You know what it is. Thank you guys for that super chat. Thank you, Washington Football Fan WGIL. DCJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My man DCJ writes, Larry gonna keep us, you or us fans gassed up, LOL. It never worked on me. You can't gas me up. Okay. Says, scrub team or not, gotta respect it. Thoughts on Jack and Ron today? I think Jack or Harris is gone this year. Jack isn't going anywhere, but I think Harris is gone. This is his last year here. Somebody's going to give him a D coordinator job. So I think this is our last year of Coach Chris Harris in the secondary. I love his energy, man. How can you not? I know all of you have probably seen his mic'd up by now. One of my favorite mic'd ups. That guy's awesome. And the energy is just infectious. How can you not love playing for a guy like that? An ex-player, he gets it. They love him, and he's going to make a hell of a coordinator. And I think one day he's going to be a head coach in this league. So he reminds me a lot of Dan Campbell with that same type of energy that Dan Campbell has. You know, I don't think he's going to be saying all the stupid shit Dan Campbell says at the podium, but it's not going to be that much different. He's going to have that kind of infectious energy that people are just going to love and eat up. Because he's a fun guy. The one thing I can say though is he's a lot more measured, and I think he's a lot more even keel with the media. You don't see that side of him when he's talking to the media. You wouldn't even know that he's that guy with the media. Then he gets out on the football field, and it's like he flips a switch, and he's a totally different dude. So this is it. Jack isn't going anywhere. Jack's had his opportunities to be a head coach in this league multiple times over. And I think at this point now, people just view Jack as a defensive coordinator. And remember, he was out of football till Ron went and got him. So Jack is ours. I don't worry about Jack. I worry about Scott Turner. That's who I worry about. Scott Turner will be here for another maybe 2 or 3 years, and then he'll follow in his dad's footsteps. He'll get a head coaching job. Scott Turner's really good, guys. You'll figure that out sooner rather than later. Gregory Marston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Gregory Marston, writes, how much will they use De'Ami Brown this year? Could he improve enough his rookie year to be wide receiver 2? Use him as a backup in the slot sometimes. They're going to use him a bunch. He's going to have a very high usage rate. He will be, I believe, on the field. I think I said this about the safeties earlier. Like, don't worry about who's starting because they're going to play so much, you know, in terms of Bobby McCain and Cameron Curl. Like, don't get caught up in who's starting, who's not starting. Those guys are going to see the field a ton, both of them. Don't get caught up in De'Ami Brown starting opposite Terry, even though we've already seen a glimpse of that in the preseason. We saw it last game against Cincinnati. Him and Terry were on the field a ton by themselves early in that football game. But of course, there's no Curtis Samuel on the field right now, and that is subject to change here shortly, we believe. So the thought process is that when Curtis Samuel comes back, he'll be on the field with Terry a ton. But that's not going to stop De'Ami from getting on the field. Trust me. He'll be on the field a ton. And you'll get to the point where you're not even worried about who's out there when the game starts. You're just going to see number 2 out there a bunch. And they're going to move him around. I've been already pleasantly surprised at how much they've moved De'Ami around. I mean, this guy's kind of taken to this offense rather quickly, a lot faster than I thought he was going to. So, you could see De'Ami in the slot at times as well this year. But I think more likely than not, you'd see him out wide and they would move Terry inside to the slot because he's a little bit more comfortable in there right now. But yeah. Thank you for the super chat, Gregory Marston. Got another super chat from Fat Boy V. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Fat Boy V. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat Boy V, writes, my man Lou speaking words of wisdom. Nice bars too, I might add. Well, you know, of course, I stole that from a former rap legend. He says, may have a rap career in the future. Call him Prophet Lou because he only speaks the truth. Y'all know who those bars and those lines came from. But at the end of the day, that's kind of how I feel about Peyton Barber. You guys know that. Everybody wants to talk about everything he's not. How about everything he is? So I love it. Want more of it. Fat Boy V, appreciate you. Washington football fan WGIL says, Lou, where's my mob squad badge? Let's see if I can see it on my screen. I'm looking. Hold on a second. I don't see any comments from you, and they don't show up unless you just have a regular comment. So I don't see it right now. I only see when you only see you in super chats, and they don't show up in the super chat. So you're in there though, so don't worry. I can assure you of that. You're in there. You're definitely in there, so you don't have to worry about that. And if you can see, it's a little icon next to your name where you have the super chat amount. You know, that designates that you are a Mob Squad member. So you don't have to worry. You're good. Trust and believe that. Thank you for your super chat and your membership to the Mob Washington football fan WGIL. Colton Pagano Jackson, my guy, CPJ. CP Jizzle. For shizzle my nizzle. CPJ writes, you're not going to rest tonight, Lou. LOL. It's West Coast time for me, so I'll make the coffee for you, dog. LOL. Hey, I told you guys, I'll be here as long as you guys want to be here. It's crazy. I see my guy Bad Dog on these streams, and he's doing 24-hour streams, and I'm like, that's insane. But if you got an audience for it, knock yourself out. Speaking of Bad Dog, did I tell you guys this already? Next week, your man Louie T is hosting the next NFC East Super Friends Roundtable. That's right. Next Wednesday, your man Louie T will be amongst the Fab Four. Your guys, Bad Dog from the New York Giants, your guy Law from the Cowboys, Law Nation, and of course, the biggest homer we all know from the Philadelphia Eagles, my guy LB, Lord Brunson. So that'll be here on the Louie T Network next week. I'll start promoting that early next week to get the excitement going for that one. So look forward to that. And don't forget, we're giving away those tickets tonight. I'll do that at the end of this stream. So if you put the hashtag in, you're going to be in that drawing tonight for those tickets. So keep that in mind as well. Fat Boy V, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Fat Boy V, writes, I see 7 to 11 wins. 7 minimum if QBs are trash. 11 max if decent. Yeah, I don't see us being any worse than 7 and 10. So I think that's about accurate. I don't think this team is bad enough to be 5 and 12 or anything like that. So yeah, I think 7 is about as bad as it gets for us, and I think 11 is best case scenario. So yeah, that's about right. I think we fall somewhere in the middle of that though. 8 or 9 is where I am. But yeah, I could see that. Thank you for the super chat, Fat Boy V. Chauncey Davis, my guy Chauncey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. And your granddaughters, who writes, Lou, it's 1 a.m, but it feels like 6:30 in the evening chopping it up with you and the fans. It don't get no better. Thanks. You're not lying. I literally looked at the corner of my stream and saw 4 hours, and I was like, at the time, it was like 3 hours in like 10 minutes. I was like, whoa. And that's when I looked down at the clock and I was like, damn, it's almost midnight. Didn't even feel like it. Never feels like it when I'm chopping it up with you guys. Time flies when you're having fun. Can't state that enough. Thank you for the super chat, Chauncey Davis. Got one here from my guy, Sean Hawk. Thank you for the super chat and for being a gold member of the Mob Squad. My guy Sean Hawk writes, is there pressure on Scott Turner this year? I don't think so. I didn't think he was bad last year. If you thought he was bad last year, then there's pressure in your mind on him. I don't think Ron thought that Scott Turner was bad last year. I think Ron felt like Scott didn't have enough weapons and that he did the best that he could with what he had. That's why they went out and got all the weapons that they went and got this offseason. So I think Ron wants to see results from the resources that they went out and provided him with. But also, if there are limitations, it still may be at the quarterback position. So there still may even be a built-in fall guy for Scott Turner if things don't go well. But I can't see Scott not putting together solid game plans on a weekly basis, because I was impressed with him last year and we had nothing. And I thought he put together some really good game plans a season ago. So I don't think there's any pressure on Scott Turner. And remember, for some of you out there who thought Scott Turner was horrible, his name was being floated around as a potential head coaching candidate last offseason. Some of you probably just had your brains explode, but his name did circulate around league circles. So I don't think he is anywhere near a hot seat or that there's any pressure on him. I think he's just going to go out and improve upon what I thought was a really good showing as a rookie offensive coordinator in this league, a first-time play caller. Thank you for the super chat, Sean Hawk. All right, that is the final super chat. So what I want to do now is I want to do this drawing for the tickets to the Ravens game. And I don't know if everyone's going to make it to the 4 hour and 15-minute mark. So I may have to cut this out of the video and upload it individually so that that person knows they won. But what I'm going to do is share my screen with you really quickly. And I'm going to show you guys the drawing real quick. All right. So let's get into that right now. So you should be able to see this screen on the monitor in front of you. I'm going to make sure that you guys are seeing this. All right. So here we are. I'm going to hit this start button. And if you can see here, there are 17 of you. It says amount of unique comments with the hashtag win. So if you follow directions, you are in there. And let the drawing begin for the 2 free tickets to this Saturday's preseason game number 3 versus the Baltimore Ravens. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. RJ is the winner. Don't know if RJ is out there right now, but RJ, if you're watching this now, hit me up on Twitter in the DM. If you don't have Twitter, hit me up in the DM of IG. If you don't have IG, get in contact with me on YouTube. All right. But get in my DM, preferably on IG. If you don't have that, you got to have an email to start a YouTube channel. Email me. Okay. Get in contact with me so I can get you your tickets, man. Congratulations to RJ. And we'll be doing this again. And this will be a Mob Squad only thing moving forward, these giveaways. So want to reinforce that notion and theory that if you want to be involved with all these perks, the Mob Squad is the way to do that. And like I said, the next giveaway will be whichever comes first. 100 Mob Squad members, I'm going to give away a Mob Squad shirt and a hat, and or the Giants game tickets. I've got 2 of those for the week 2 contest versus the New York Giants. And keep in mind, I'm not giving out garbage tickets, man. My giveaway tickets, they're going to be in the hundreds, 100 level. I'm not going to put you in the 2 or the 300 level. You're going to be right there where the action is. Now, if somebody else gives me some tickets and they donate them to the Louie T Network, I can't control where those are, but at the end of the day, more likely than not, you get something from me, it's going to be legit. I don't believe in giving away something that I wouldn't want myself. So with that said, that's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. Thank you guys for joining me here on the Louie T Network. I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold until we meet again. Hail to the beloved Washington football team. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. There's practice for one more day. I don't think they're going to practice on Friday. They may have a walkthrough, more likely than not. They will not practice the day before. Like I said, maybe a walkthrough. But the last time we'll hear from Rivera and, maybe we'll hear from Scott Turner. We just heard from Jack Del Rio. Maybe we'll hear from Scott Turner tomorrow. But in any event, We'll have one more day of practice. I'll have another video tomorrow, and then we will be live on Saturday night after the game here for Washington football overtime. If you're in the Mob Squad, we'll watch the game together, and then we will reconvene for overtime. So you already know what it is. That's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. Until next time, shout out to all the brand new members of the Mob. We are starting to get deep. I love it. I like it a lot. And for all of you who are out there supporting the Louie T Network, watching these videos, hitting the like button, subscribing, can't thank you guys enough for your contributions as well. With that said, make sure you hit the like button on your way out if you haven't already done so. And I will see you guys tomorrow, or I'll see you on Friday for the Louie T Network podcast. Until next time, you guys take care. Have a good one. Louie T.